Thank you for your patience. I was having some technical difficulties. The time is 5:38 p.m. I would like to call our policy work session to order. Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the roll?
Ms. Daniels, Ms. Davis,
Present.
Ms. Green,
Present.
Mr. Jones,
Here.
Ms. Rawls.
Present. Can you hear me?
Yep. Mr.
Okay, good.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Present.
Ms. Hill.
Present. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. The topic for this evening's policy work session is around boards and commissions. And many of you are volunteers on boards and commissions throughout the city. So the purpose of this session is simply to establish a shared understanding of the purpose, structure, and ongoing work of city-affiliated boards and commissions, while also encouraging greater public participation in their efforts. I would like to note that we did not ask all members of all boards and commissions to attend. Rather, we requested that one or two designated representatives present on behalf of their body to briefly cover the following areas: their general function, what is the role of your board and commission, and the scope of its work; current membership status, how many seats are filled, which terms are near expiration, are there any vacancies; public engagement, how often do you meet? Are meetings open to the public? How is input received? Reporting structure. Who does your body report to? Council, the mayor, a department, or another oversight entity? And finally, qualifications for appointment. What experiences or characteristics are most valuable for prospective members? So we will allow each board to share a presentation answering those questions. So we will begin with the Audit Committee. The members of the Audit Committee, if you could please join us.
Hi there.
Hi.
My name is Austin Cheers, and I currently serve as the chair for the City Audit Committee. In terms of our general function, we kind of act as an intermediary between the city and council and the independent auditors. We help interpret any results that they may give us, and we provide independent review and oversight of the city's financial reporting process, the internal controls, and the independent auditors. We help assess the city's accounting and auditing practices and help ensure that the independent auditors have objectively assessed the government's financial reporting practices. In terms of membership, we hold a board of 5. Currently, there's 4 of us. One of our long-term members just left a little bit ago. We have 5-year terms, and I believe we just were all sworn in maybe 2 years ago. I don't have the exact date, but and one of the members was filling in for a 3-year term because he was taking over another member's term. Anyway, but we meet quarterly or as needed, especially whenever the audit is starting to wrap up, and the folks over at Boyer and Ritter want to meet more often to present their report to everyone. And when Brian over in the accounting staff is starting to ramp up his work. So towards the end of the audit, we'll meet more often, but usually we try to stick to once a quarter. In terms of love everyone on the board to have a good knowledge of financial reporting and some experience in the private or even government sector in being able to interpret results and look at the numbers. And we require one member to have a CPA, have their CPA designation, and I hold that. So I hold that role. But yeah, we're looking for one member right now to fill the vacancy, and we would love if that person also had a CPA. I know there's not a lot of CPAs that live in the city, but it is also open to individuals that have worked in the city for at least a year too. So if anyone would love to step up to that, that would be great. So, but right now we have a good crew, and we just finished a couple months ago reviewing the 2022 audit, and I know that the staff is working hard to get 2023 done, and we'll likely have a meeting here at the end of October to assess where things currently stand with that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yes. I was just going to note
Sure.
formal reports and advice that are provided by the audit
Okay.
committee. An annual report is submitted to City Council and the mayor, summarizing the committee's oversight activities. 5-year review and recommendations are submitted to City Council, advising on ordinance changes needed due to new laws, regulations, or standards. I did want to note that 5 voting members are appointed by City Council for the audit committee.
Yep.
So it's our responsibility to find someone to fill this vacancy. I will open the floor to my colleagues who may have some questions for you.
Sure.
I'll begin with Councilman Jones.
Thank you, President Hill, and thank you for your service, and thank you for coming tonight and share.
Thank you.
I pretty much get what the audit committee does, and again, I just like to say thank you for your work. All of these committees and everybody is serving on is very important to the city, and I feel that this is very necessary so our public can kind of get a better understanding of how our local government works. The only thing that I would ask
Sure. Yeah.
is the last bullet point, the 5-year review of recommendations submitted to City Council advising on ordinances and changes needed due to new laws and regulations. I haven't seen one yet. And
Certainly not in the 2 years that I've been here. Yeah,
Right.
I'll have to look to see when the last one was submitted, and then.
even at the last one, I would like to look for that one, and then also one moving forward. If
Okay.
you have one that was last here before
Sure.
you, I would like to see that, and then just let me know when the next one comes out. Or reach out to President Hill or Mr. Truesdale.
Absolutely.
Because I think that's important.
Yes.
It's very important right now because a lot of laws, and we know laws change just about every day, isn't that right, Mr. Luff? They change every day. So yeah, that's all I have, man.
Sure.
So again, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Hill.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez, any questions?
Thank you, Madam President. No real questions. I just wanted to thank everyone in attendance tonight and their ability to serve and their willingness to serve. And I'd just like to thank Mr. Truesdale, Mr. Humphrey, and of course, Mr. Mike in the clerk's office, because I saw Mr. Jared had showed me how intense it is with all the boards, all of the responsibilities. So my hat goes off to anyone willing to serve in this capacity. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Rawls, any questions?
Good evening, everyone. I don't really have any questions either. I just want to say thank you for everyone who's there today, especially the board members, to explain in more detail to the residents about the boards. Thank you to the clerk's office and also you, President Hill, for putting this together. I think it's so important so we know what boards need to be filled, how can they be filled, but also the job that they have, because the boards are just as important as City Council and our administration. So I look forward to the continued conversation and also look forward to the boards that get filled after tonight. So thank you. No questions.
Thank you. Vice President Green, any questions?
Thank you very much, President Hill. It's good to see you again. I don't have any questions about the audit committee. As the Budget and Finance Chair, I am a non-voting member of the committee, so I've been privileged to sit in on some of the meetings and hear the discussions. I definitely thank you all for the work you do and for the expertise you have. And that's kind of it. So I look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davis, any questions?
Thank you, Vice President Hill. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. And thank you for being here this evening, Mr. Cheers. I don't have any questions. I'll just look forward to you coming back in with the 5-year report,
Sure.
okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
Love to get that to you guys.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
And for sharing about the audit committee.
Yep. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next, we have the Citizens Law Enforcement Advisory Committee.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
How you doing? Well, this is my first time actually seeing or hearing about these questions, so I'm gonna do my best as I go through this process.
It's okay.
I
We
took
got you
a few
covered.
notes. Of course, hopefully everybody knows what this board consists of, and then the meaning of the Citizen Law Enforcement Advisory Board. We are coming together as citizens to deal with different issues we may have in our or questions we may have from the officers and as well as our community, so we can be the liaison and get some of these things taken care of and make sure nothing's being bypassed and during the process of due diligence and things of that nature. And even on the other side, making sure the law officers that of course, interact with our community or being professional. And if they have any questions and concerns, we're able to talk to the community and bring them together as well. I think this is a great honor to be, the chair of this board. I've been in this community my whole life, and I'm seeing different things happen that, some positive, some negative. It's a balance of the both. We have seen a lot of negativity, but I think the biggest thing is we don't have enough relationships built for our community to move forward the right way. So that's our goal as well. We're trying to build relationships, get an understanding of some things, come up with some new ideas. Right now we meet once a month until we really get an understanding of our structure and our power, and also, what our limitations are during the process, because we don't want to overstep our bounds to the point we think we are, or we seem as though we are officers of the law. This is a committee that really is trying to help, like I said, the process, with our community. We have a total of 9 members. 7 were at this point appointed, and they went through a process. 2 were also added that would made us a total of 9. We have just done that a few weeks ago. So now we have a total of 9. 2 need to be approved by city council still, but hopefully that goes well. So we'll have a total of 9 members, which that's the amount of members we need to be successful for this CLEAC board. I really think it's going to be a powerful thing in the city. So one thing we are doing, we are taking our time with this process. We're trying to get an understanding of every nuance or angle to make sure that we are representing ourselves and our community in the best way. So, bear with us as we go through this process and, learn, our positions and, how we need to serve, serve our community and our officers. So that's pretty much it. If y'all have any questions, I'll be glad to answer any.
Thank you so much. As I did with the audit committee, I would like to review the formal reports and advice that CLEAC provides. An annual report will be submitted to the mayor and city council summarizing CLEAC's activities, findings, and recommendations. Policy and practice recommendations issued to the Harrisburg Bureau of Police, the mayor, and city council on policing practices, community concerns, and legislative or administrative reforms. Investigating findings. CLEAC may issue reports on law enforcement practices supported by its ability to request records and, in some cases, issue administrative subpoenas during misconduct investigations. Finally, community engagement reports provides updates to the public on crime prevention activities, neighborhood participation, and police community partnership initiatives. Again, I'll open the floor to my colleagues who may have some questions. I'll begin with our Public Safety Chair, Councilman Jones.
I got the lucky number today. Huh? How you doing, Mr. Walker? Thank you again for your willingness to serve as well. This was a very much needed committee to actually come together, and I know that we are still trying to make sure that this goes as smoothly as possible. My only question for you would be, we see a lot of contentious things in our community between our community and the police, and I've heard some of the overview on with this board, how it functions and how it should be functioning. But just on a personal note, for the community as well, with you being the chair, how do you see bridging that gap between the police and the community in a constructive manner?
Well, something in that sense, one of the main things are coming up with creative ideas where officers in the community are interacting in positive environments and situations, because a lot of their interactions are in negative, times, or, it's a lot of friction or misunderstanding. But I think once the relationships are built, in the sense of now officers are showing up at youth sports events, things like that, they're really connecting with the community outside of a policing, or, they're just protecting and serving. And sometimes at that point, they're just being one of the guys. So you wanted to be able for the community embrace the officers as they live in this community. They're part of this community, which they are, because they spend at least 8 hours a day or more, in our community. So they become a part of it. So one of the biggest things for me, myself, even before being selected as the chair, is, one of my biggest attributes is building relationships. So, just finding those creative ways, and hopefully we can get the understanding of both sides to work together and, create as much safety and peace within our community as possible.
Yeah, I want to thank you, and that's pretty much all for me. And again, I'll just thank you for having the level-headedness to come into this space, again, not to be someone that's going to argue with the police, but someone willing to be that conduit and bring the community and the police together. So thank you for your service.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez, any questions?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Chair Walker, for joining us this evening. It was amazing attending the first official CLEAC session and seeing, the first procedures going along. As one of the champions for the initial bill, Bill 8 of 25, it's just amazing to see this thing up and running with legs. Although it's still in infancy stage, I'll just look forward to seeing the amazing work you guys are going to do on that board. So thank you for everything.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rawls, any questions?
Good evening, Mr. Walker. Thank you for coming in today to explain more about the CLEAC board. I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Vice President Green, any questions?
Thank you, President Hill. How are you, Coach Michi? Still weird to call you Mr. Walker, so I'll stick with Coach Michi. Thank you for your willingness to serve and to take on a leadership role on this board. Being on a board or a commission is hard work to begin with. Being an inaugural member is a completely different ball game, because you're really setting that foundation. We spent many years putting this together on paper, but now you get to actually bring it to fruition. So I appreciate the work that you're doing, as well as the work that you've done in our community. I don't really have many questions. This is still in its infancy, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davis, any questions?
Thank you, President Hill. Good evening, Mr. Walker.
Good evening, man.
I may have missed this answer, but when was the last public meeting?
Exactly. It was only like 2 weeks ago, maybe, and then
2 weeks ago.
yes,
Okay.
I think, and it's about 2 weeks ago. So we have a schedule for the rest of the year as well. We'll be meeting on every third Wednesday of the month. So, that's our tentative schedule. So we'll be meeting, this month as well, the third, here at 6 o'clock in the same location. So please feel free to come out, and support in any way you can. You bring, any kind of questions or concerns, because you're a part of this community as well, So we need all the input we can get.
Thank you very much. And is the information in here in terms of I'm just wondering, the times? Maybe not, but, okay.
No. The
Okay.
meeting times and schedule is not included. This is just an overview of each of the boards and commissions. It provides their general function and then shares the formal reports and advice provided. Then generally there's a second page with each one that includes the seats and composition, the meeting schedule, and then the current members.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Walker. I'll plan to attend one of your meetings.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to note, Mr. Walker shared that the CLEAC board is comprised of 9 members. So 7 were appointed by council and 2 at-large appointments were made by the committee, and their term length is 3 years. So I just wanted to note that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks
Have
for
a good
being
evening.
here this evening. You too.
Appreciate it.
Next, we have the Environmental Advisory Council.
Good evening. Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Pamela Parson. I'm representing the Environmental Advisory Board tonight. Rafika Muhammad, who I believe was the last chair, was hoping to be here tonight, and she could not be, and asked me if I would come in her stead. I'd like to start out by saying I pulled up from the city's website today what it says about the Environmental Advisory Council, and particularly the members and terms. It lists both Rafika Muhammad and Leland Nelson as their terms expiring in 2021. And I know that Rafika was reappointed when we were, and it lists for vacancies. According to what's on the website, there are 7 volunteer members, of which 3 are appointed by the mayor and 4 are appointed by city council. And this says the EAC was established for the purpose of overseeing, discussing, and disseminating information on environmental issues in the city, and the EAC shall consist of these 7 members. In response to your questions, I started with that preface because we have never met since my appointment. So I will answer your questions to the best of my ability based on what I think the council should do, but I don't really know for sure. In terms of general function, it is my understanding that the EAC covers environmental and sustainability efforts in the city, both initiating projects and programs on their own and bringing them forth to the city, and supporting and promoting things that the city, that is created in-house in the city, as well as supporting and promoting other organizations' projects that operate within the city. In terms of our current membership status, I think there is one person that I've never met, that we've never met, whose name I'm not even sure of. And then there's Catherine Scott, Rafika Muhammad, and I, and we were all appointed by council at the same time, and I believe our terms expire in 2027 or 2028. In terms of public engagement, again, we have never met since we have been appointed or reappointed in Rafika's case. And I believe that our meetings would and should be open to the public, as we would be covered by the Sunshine Act. In terms of reporting structure, again, I believe that in addition to making regular reports to council, and I would, excuse me, I would assume those would be quarterly, because that's sort of when council likes to see things, that our committee also relates directly with the sustainability coordinator, whom we've never met. And so there might be other reporting requirements that might be made around a grant or something like that. In terms of qualification for appointments, again, I've never seen anything that says that these particular things are what would be used to appointing someone, but I would say that the most desirable experiences and characteristics of an EAC member would be experience and commitment to the environment, especially understanding and appreciating how that plays out in an urban setting and in multicultural neighborhoods. Some understanding of environmental racism and environmental justice would be strongly encouraged, and backgrounds and experience should be diverse and varied, from gardeners and farmers to photographers and artists to environmental educators and designers to birders and all types of conservationists. This committee embraces, I would hope, both those who have formal training in the things I have mentioned, as well as those who would have lived experiences that would relate to the committee's work. And Rafika and I thought that out-of-the-box urban environmental thinkers should be encouraged to apply. And that is what I'm able to share with you based on my understanding of what the committee does.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here this evening. Let me start by clarifying the general function. Since the committee has not met, it is intended to meet monthly or as needed to address environmental issues and provide input on city practices. The council should prepare, adopt, and revise bylaws to govern its operations, advise on waste management and recycling matters with emphasis on public education. The council may invite representatives from city departments, the Lancaster County Solid Waste Management Authority, and the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection to provide reports and updates on city facilities, review and authorize grant applications for environmental projects subject to council approval, and ensure city residents receive biannual recycling and environmental education materials included with sanitation billings or the city's events calendar. In terms of formal reports and advice provided, the Environmental Advisory Council should submit an activity report. It should be provided to City Council upon request. Educational publications should be sent to all city residents via sanitation billings and other city publications, either biannually at the request of the EAC. Finally, environmental notices should be received from the city clerk and reviewed by the EAC. An example would be a leaking underground storage tank or DEP site reports. So I just wanted to note that this council is comprised of 7 members. 3 are appointed by the mayor and 4 are appointed by council. The individual that you mentioned that you have never met, her name is Cheyenne Johnson, and her term expires April 7th, 2028. She was appointed earlier this year by council. Your term, Miss Muhammad and Miss Scott's terms all expire on January 1st, 2027. So you were correct there. It's in limbo because while you have a quorum, the city's sustainability coordinator, they do have one. Her name is Madeline Good. She couldn't join us this evening. So I'm hopeful that she is your liaison between the administration and the Environmental Advisory Council. So hopefully she'll be in touch soon because you do have a quorum and you could conduct business or host meetings. The 3 vacancies are the 3 appointments that are needed from the mayor. So that's out of our control. But hopefully Madeline Good will be in touch soon. I will open the floor to questions from my colleagues. This time I'll start with Councilwoman Rawls, who serves as our Parks, Recreation, and Enrichment Committee Chair.
Thank you, President Hill. Thank you, Chair Parsons, for coming in and speaking to us about the board you're currently sitting on, and just giving us some updates on things that you haven't been able to accomplish or that you weren't sure about, because that's what we're here for too, to help you out. So I know that you said that you hadn't spoken with the city. Oh, I'm sorry, it just slipped my mind, but you just said it, this sustainability coordinator, correct? Yes,
Yes.
sorry, it went right past me for a minute. I will definitely reach out to see why they haven't met with you, and also see, when they will be meeting with you, because that's very important for the environmental board and for them to converse with you. So I will reach out and see what's happening on that end and try to get some answers for you. But thank you, President Hill, for the updates that you just gave. I don't have any questions, but of course, Chair Parsons, if you need anything, if there's any way I can help, please reach out to me, and I will do whatever I can.
Thank you.
Let me be clear that I am not the chair. I am just the person who was available to come tonight. And I believe that the committee's last chair was Rafika Mohammed.
Thanks for
Okay.
clarifying.
Thank you for clearing that up. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez, any questions?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Ms. Parsons, for joining us. I actually, about a month ago, was trying to put this together with Mr. Truesdale, reached out to the mayor's office, and let them know that there is a quorum now. So she did let me know personally she'll reach out to the sustainability coordinator to get it up and running. Not sure what that timeline looks like, but as Councilwoman Rawls indicated, I wouldn't mind setting up some meetings with you to have follow-up, because I too would love to see the EAC operational again. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Jones, any questions?
Yes, but I think it was kind of answered with those 3 vacancies. And but knowing that you guys have a quorum now, I would hope that we can try to get something even with the sustainability coordinator. So as Councilwoman Rawls and Councilman Rodriguez just stated, hopefully they can work something out with administration, because this is an important board. This is, all of them are, but this one right now, in the times that we're living in our environment, we see a lot of things happening. You and I communicate a lot about some of the environmental things that we see in our community. So I think, any system that's built is built to work harmoniously. So this, to me, is our kidney. We have to keep flushing it right now until we're on dialysis. But I believe that that this is a board, and I hope you guys really can get something scheduled. And we're here to help in any way that we possibly can. So again, thank you for your service and being someone that's truly concerned, not just about our environment, but as our city as a whole. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Green, any questions?
Thank you very much, President Hill. I don't have any questions for you. I thank you for being here tonight. I thank you for your willingness to serve, and I thank you for your honesty. For not coming here and trying to act like, oh yeah, we've been doing all these things, but just for being honest and letting us know what's going on so we can help you and the board to move forward in any way we can. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davis, any questions?
Thank you, President Hill. Thank you for being here this evening, Ms. Parsons. No questions, just reading through the general functions. I like to see the board also up and running. It's very important that our residents, all of us in our community, get educated on some of the environmental dangers, injustices, sanitation, and whatever else that we can learn from this department. So thank you for being here again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. I think the board really does want to meet, and so we appreciate that you're making this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the Harrisburg Redevelopment Authority.
Good evening, Council President and Council members.
Good evening.
Nice to see you all. My name is Brian Davis. I'm the Executive Director for the Harrisburg Redevelopment Authority. And with me tonight, my board members from the authority could not make it. But tonight we'll also, as a component unit of the authority, you might remember that the city of Harrisburg has established a land bank. So they are very similar in their operations and their goals, objectives. There are a couple differences that, by us having a land bank, it adds value to what we can do with the elimination of blight and for urban renewal activities. So we tried to give you on the first page of this outline the key questions that were asked of us. At the top talks about the Redevelopment Authority, and the bottom half is the land bank. Excuse my voice, I'm getting over a cold, so sorry about that. And for both of them, I think it's important to keep in mind that neither one is considered a municipal authority in the Commonwealth. So the Redevelopment Authority itself is considered an agency of the Commonwealth, and then the land bank is a public body and body corporate politic, which is just slightly different from municipal authorities. So that's a little legal detail, but I like to point that out. Now for the Redevelopment Authority, as far as our board membership is concerned, we have 5 slots, and we currently have 3 that are filled and 2 that are vacant. We do have staggered services, and it's a 5-year term, and they're all staggered. And the second page of this, which you may have already seen, has an outline of what the current members, who they are and their terms, and then the vacancies that we have that need to be filled. And on that second page at the bottom, we also show that the board of directors of the Redevelopment Authority serve as the core board members for the land bank, and then we have 2 additional land bank appointees from the mayor. So to summarize, all 5 members of the Redevelopment Authority are appointees by City Council. All those members are also members of the 7-member land bank, which adds 2 appointees from the mayor's office. Okay. So, and I've been here before and shared a few things about the projects that we've done. A lot of our activities are driven and conducted under the collaboration, caring and cooperation, and carrying out really the urban renewal plans of the city of Harrisburg, and primarily for the elimination of blight in acquiring and disposing of properties that are blighting our neighborhoods and contributing to urban decay, contributing to crime, but our goal is for neighborhood stabilization. So both the land bank and the Redevelopment Authority, that's their core function. As far as reporting goes, on a technical level, both are to report to the Pennsylvania Department of Community Economic Development. As a practical matter, the activities that we are engaged in, they will go principally, it's going through the approval process, say the Planning Commission, Zoning Hearing Board. When we're talking real estate as a practical matter, we'll have a lot of different methods for acquiring blighted properties, but once we get investors in or private sector people to purchase the properties, they of course have to go through the whole process for approvals for whatever is being built, whether it's affordable housing or whether it's mixed use or whether it's a new park. So those are high level, just kind of explanation of the 2 organizations. You can see how they're very much related in their activities, their core functions. Qualifications differ slightly. I thought that I would, for the land bank, just give the full language that's in the city ordinance as far as the qualifications for members of the land bank. For the Redevelopment Authority Board, it's straightforward. They're all appointed by council. All 5 members are appointed by council. And I must be one of 2 things. I must be a resident of the city, or my business must be in the city proper. That's for the 5 Redevelopment Authority Board members. A little bit more detailed for the qualifications of the land bank. However, that tends to be a default setting for the 2 mayoral appointees, and just as another practical matter. And if we're going to talk about best candidates for both of these boards. It's really helpful if they have some experience in real estate, affordable housing development, understanding, the process that developers must go through for local government approvals. We've also had occasionally attorneys on the board that had experience in real estate. So it really helps us to navigate the specific complexities of that industry and of dealing with blight and the legal, the legal context that not just the acquisition but also the disposition has to take place in. And I also wanted to point out just like 3 good examples of things that we're working on so that you have a sense for that. The first one is what we call quality of life. We, along with the Land Bank, both the Land Bank and the Redevelopment Authority, have assembled some vacant lots on South 15th Street and Swatara Street where, with the Parks Partnership team and the fundraising that they've done, are designing a new pocket park, a small park for the neighborhood. So that's been under works for some time, but that's an example where we actively looked for land that was available on the Dauphin County repository list that would fit the needs of the community in a direct response to a community request for additional park space in that area. So that's, that's an example of a parks. Another example is Governor Square is actually an example of where in 2003 we were a part of assembling that land, and HUD originally would not just give the land to a developer. It had to come to the Redevelopment Authority first, along with grant funds that came from HUD. Now we're in the throes of it coming out the other end of the owner, after all those years, allowing it just to fall into disrepair and going into bankruptcy. And now we're in that mix as well because of that grant money that came into the project. So one of our, one of the things that we're involved with and will stay actively at the table on is how that gets resolved and repurposed to be renewed with another qualified buyer or developer. And especially in the sense that, I know right now the receiver, the front end is heavy on assessing all the existing conditions and what needs to be repaired and making sure the families are safe that are there. That's not so much our role. Our role is that parallel track that looks at, okay, once it's stabilized, then how do we get the whole thing redeveloped and back completely on the market? And that's when we'll be at the table along with HUD and along with PHFA. The last example I'll give is, it can be just as small as us acquiring some land for our partner nonprofits like Tri-County Housing or for Habitat for Humanity. Over the years, we've acquired properties for each of them, and the Land Bank has done that twice for Tri-County Housing and getting land so they could build new houses on Swatara Street. And the Redevelopment Authority, we recently had Tri-County Housing just start construction on North 4th Street, 2100 block with 5 new houses there. So those are like 3 really good, I thought, in a nutshell, examples of what our activities embrace. I would like to mention that Jackie Parker's here as a member of the Land Bank, and I thought maybe she'd like to say a few words about the Land Bank.
Sure, that's fine.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Council. It's been a while since I've sat on this side. I worked for the city of Harrisburg from 2014 to 2019. And I think that, as Brian was saying, we did a lot of different things, but this creating the Land Bank in 2014, I think was a significant step for the Redevelopment Authority for community and economic development for the city of Harrisburg. We did have to go to the county for approval and also for the school district, because we do have the opportunity to, if we do some big developments, we can share in the tax income as it goes back on the tax rolls. I think Brian mentioned most of the things that we did back in those days, but one of the things that I was happy to do was, and right at the beginning when we created the Land Bank, was to help with the sinkholes that were down on 14th Street. And we were able to help with that whole assembly because the land bank was in place and we were able to take some of those parcels off the tax rolls before we had outsiders that were going to come in and take them. And I think that is really one of the biggest benefits of having a land bank, is working with the county and looking at, the tax lists as they come in and preempting any outsiders from taking some important properties that we might be interested in for assembly. And again, the legislation was created for the state was created in 2012. And it really is very permissive in that it allows the community, like the city of Harrisburg, to work with Redevelopment Authority, work with the city's mission, with their vision, and to be able to kind of maneuver and take some of these properties that are so important for accumulation for larger projects. So I think the 14th Street, the sinkholes, it was really great that we had that in place at that time. And I think Brian did mention about HDC. We helped them assemble for those, for the properties that they wanted to do on Swatera. And also in Midtown, we acquired some properties to assemble again for redevelopment. So.
Thank you. I don't have any immediate questions. I'm going to defer to our Building and Housing Committee Chair, Councilwoman Davis. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, President Hill. Good evening. Thank you for being here this evening. You mentioned HDC, Harrisburg Housing
Development Corporation.
Thank you for that, because I was unaware of what that term is. I don't have any other questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Green, any questions?
Thank you all. Thank you for being here tonight. Just a couple of questions. As far as the HRA-owned properties, is there a public list that people can look at to see what properties are owned by HRA?
We have a public list that we can give on request. It's not posted per se ongoing, but it is something that's available upon request, yes.
Okay, I'd like to request it.
Sure.
It be given to the city council clerk so that it can be posted on the city council's website. I think it's important for the public just to be aware, so that if someone wants to work with HRA, they can, reach out. That's the second question. How would someone work with you or reach out if they were looking to do a partnership with HRA?
We receive quite a few cold calls and also calls from people who are in the industry routinely. So, whenever they can call, they can email, they can come to our monthly meetings that are public, and then we'll really work hard with them to understand what their needs are. I frequently find that we have a vision of what we'd like to do or a service that we'd like to provide, but we don't often have an idea what that means as far as facility size, location, off-street parking, just the details that have to do with the real estate side. So, we'll spend as much time as someone might need as far as working through that and then letting them know not only what our resources are, because I have a short list of everything that's available today. So that might be like 80 or 90 parcels, okay? But, so I'll share that. This is what we have today. Mm-hmm. But we'll also point out other resources that are available. From the county's perspective, they of course have their repository list, but they also have their twice-a-year tax sales. So we'll also share that information. And then we'll also walk anybody through the process of, for us to sell property, we have to get board approval, of course. So there's a process there that, that's a two-page process, a two-step process that we share. We walk people through with that as well. So that's how it happens. And, as they're preparing their package or their proposal to purchase one of our properties, we'll even work with them on each of those different components, And it's just for the sake of, so everybody knows, the first step is a preliminary step where we look at, is it preliminarily feasible? So we're just looking at your preliminary financing plan, preliminary sketches. Does this make sense financially, and does it make sense from a zoning and planning commission standpoint? A lot of projects do meet that threshold. Then we'll take that, then I'll go to my board, we'll get a resolution that will make them a potential developer, take it off the market temporarily, but doesn't authorize a transfer of the deed, but that gives them time to finalize all of their financing, get all of their plan specifications done, line up any partnerships that they might need. Say it's a affordable housing project, they'll have to have property management company, they'll have to have PHFA approval, all those things. So we give them that additional amount of time just to get that all in line. Depending on the complexity of it, it may take several years for someone to finalize it, because JMB Gardens is a good example on North 6th Street. That took over 2 years for the financing to get together. There have been other affordable projects that take 3 or 4 years until they can get the financing. But I'm sorry for that long-winded explanation, but it is, it's something that we do pretty much every day.
Okay. It wasn't long-winded. Details are important, so I appreciate you taking the time to walk us through it. You said about how people reach out to you generally. Where would someone find the contact information? Like, is it a website? Like, if I don't have your phone number, how would I reach out to you? Or if I don't have your email address, how do I find it?
It's quick. We do have a website.
Okay.
And that's how many people find us, just by Googling, and then they find our information. For the longest time, we were also provided the support to the Cavalier Coalition on Homelessness, so our information is also at HUD. So I'll also take some calls from people from out of state that just see our information on HUD's website, so.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rawls, any questions? Okay, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes,
any questions?
I'm
Yes,
sorry. It was not letting me unmute myself. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Good evening. Thank you both for being here today to explain more to us about HRA. I think it's such a important part of our city, especially since we do have an issue with blight. We do have an issue with rebuilding and using the blight that we have in a way where we can rebuild our community. I think that's really important. Thank you also, Vice President Green, for asking for a list. I know we asked that, I think, last time to have it posted, just so the community and residents can see what properties are on the list. So they could easily say, okay, I would like to, redevelop that piece of land or that blighted area. So yeah, I would love to see a list be online. I know that I tried to also get a parcel of land to build my own house in the city. So what I would just say to that, was a very difficult process. And I think there should be different qualifications for a resident who's just trying to build a house and a developer who's trying to develop land. I don't think they should have the same requirements and the same process to go through. The process was very lengthy. It was very hard to even find an architect to come into the city because of all of the ordinances we have when it comes to building that also need to be updated. So I would say it was not an easy process. And I think we want to promote our residents to want to build houses in the city. I think that will also help with the parcels we have that are not being used, and also the blighted land that we have. So I would just, thank you so much for coming in. Like I said, it's a very important board, but I would like to see some, if it's possible, different qualifications for residents who want to simply build their own house, and developers who are developing large parcels of land. So that, I didn't have any questions. I just wanted to see if that was possible, and that was it for me.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez, any questions?
Thank you, Madam President. And of course, thank you both for joining us this evening. Just pretty much echoing the same sentiments. It'd be great to see a repository of what the HRA does have on hand, just to have that information for the public. And, it's definitely great to hear about the land bank. I definitely know how that could be vital to the development and growth of Harrisburg. So just thank you, and hopefully we can get that list. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Jones, any questions?
Yes. Thank you both for coming. Thank you both for your service. You'll probably be hearing that a lot tonight. But one of the things, I just want to take a little deeper dive. I have a couple questions, and hopefully that you can answer, and not only for my own edification, but for the public as well. Does the HRA have a budget?
We do have an annual budget every year. It's about $430,000 a year, and that covers staff and staff cost, incidental cost, and legal costs that we have for a year.
Okay, so I mean, far as like, this is how I'm just going to give you how I envision HRA. When we have a land bank and we have these parcels that are out here, and one of the things that you guys functions is revitalizing the city. So with that, and we know we need downtown revitalized, we need Allison Hill, we need the city itself revitalized, and just outside of knocking down properties to remove blight, are we packaging these parcels and these properties to see developers come in? And that's why I'm looking at a budget to see if it's grass and all of these different things that we have to maintain and package something for, like a mall, somebody to come in and say, hey, here's what we packaged up together, look at this. Are we doing?
Yeah, I'm glad you raised that question, because it speaks to the nature of funding for our real estate transactions, the real estate activities. In order for us to acquire properties, we need to have the money. So we need to identify funds. It may be funds that the city sets aside from its CDBG funds, which has happened in the past. We may be able to use funds from the Commonwealth. Applying for funds, it's a little bit more difficult to have acquisition funds and demolition funds, but we have to do the old-fashioned thing and apply for funds from the Commonwealth or from the federal government to do this work. A good example that we're going through right now, it might seem it is a true urban renewal activity with the Paxton Creek rechannelization, where we own very little of the land around the creek, as the Redevelopment Authority does. However, we've assembled a partnership and we've received grant funds to begin the work of environmental assessment, acquisition, as well as engineering work that's needed for taking that creek, that channel of the Paxton Creek that was built in 1910, and it's collapsing at different places. That is so obsolete, and from the 1972 flood, which devastated all of Cameron Street, right? It never really recovered. And because of that flooding condition and all of the flood maps that have existed ever since, the city of Harrisburg, as well as the Redevelopment Authority, as well as Capital Region Water, from the standpoint of their intercept needing to be replaced or repaired, that long-term planning for flood mitigation and also to mitigate contaminants in the Susquehanna River, we've also partnered with the city engineer's office in this very complex plan to remove that channel and renaturalize the creek, creating a new green belt through there, which will simultaneously do it in such a manner that it will lower the flood stage and raise about 200 parcels along the Paxton Creek out of the floodway, and then available again for new development, which is really a huge economic development project in the city. But I would give that as an example because the way we pay for that is through grants. We've gotten awarded funding from the Commonwealth's Redevelopment Assistance Capital Program funds. We received EPA funds. We've also received FEMA funds, which we're waiting for that contract to be signed because that's going to give us, it builds on work that PennDOT did many years ago. They really set the stage in paying for so much of the engineering work preliminarily that we've been able to build on that, so that now we're at the point where this next funding tranche that we get, we can actually start to see what the final design will look like. So that's a really good question. I mean, that on a smaller scale, that happens with other projects like at Midtown and Marketplace. We bundled those. We had to assemble in until we had enough contiguous property that we could put out on an RFP and find a developer that would invest in the city.
And I appreciate that explanation because I was, again, that's how I saw this functioning, and I'm glad you were able to, and not only myself, just again for the public stance. But one of the other things is I hope, again, I know you were here in 24, when we introduced NACA. That's something I think that we're still looking at, being able to offer our residents in some of those blighted homes those houses for $1. I think you really appreciated that plan. But the other thing I would ask is, there's two more questions, and I don't want to make this lengthy, but I really have to ask these questions. When is the last time, I see one of your organizational's overview, public meetings. When was the last time one of those held?
We have monthly meetings for both Land Bank and for the Redevelopment Authority on the third Tuesday of each month.
And
we didn't have a meeting last month because we didn't have any actionable items.
Okay.
But we had one the month before.
And they are advertised. They are advertised.
Yep, they are
And
advertised.
that was
They are advertised.
that was my next question. So again, this is all for the public, because there are a lot of people, and I'm sure my colleagues get these questions as well, that people are looking to develop here, and there seems like, you know, there's a wall that they have to climb, and so I'm just hoping that this information can be put out not just on the website. I mean, we all say that. Go to the city's website and you can find, but sometimes, you know, a lot of people don't, that's not the only source. So that I think that we can get this information out for the public to be clearly aware of what's happening and what's available, because the goal is, again, to get some of those dilapidated properties back on the tax roll, which brings me to my next question. I see that you mentioned that when you acquire some of this property for nonprofits, and I don't want to take away from nonprofits, but I think that's one of the big issues that we're having in our city with some of the state buildings that are non-taxable and the nonprofit sector that is non-profitable. So that doesn't really help us on the tax side of things. Go ahead. It looks like you're ready to jump in.
Yeah, that's a very good question, because the Redevelopment Authority has a longstanding practice that when we transfer a deed from us to anybody else, regardless of their tax status, it remains taxable in perpetuity.
Okay.
Now, to more specific, the example of the land that we've acquired, which hasn't been a lot for the nonprofits to build on, those then are houses that are sold to residents of the city of Harrisburg, income-eligible residents, and they're taxable.
Okay.
Right? Now, they'll benefit from the 10-year tax abatement that's in place right now, right, in that sense. And I'm just saying, it was an incentive for first-time home buyers or for low-income families that's very helpful.
So when you're doing that, are you working with the Fair Housing Council?
It can be Fair Housing Council, it can be Community Action Commission, it can be, Tri-County now has their own housing counseling arm as well, so, but it does, I've seen all of them involved in different housing projects that we've been a part of over the years, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for letting me and, again, the public know, because that's one of the things I think a lot of cities are having now, especially with downtown and all of these buildings getting reassessed. There's millions of dollars just going down the drain. And again, I think the goal here is, as a city function that I would love to see, is to take a lot of the strain off of the homeowners here. And if our schools are failing and we don't have a bunch of homeowners, this is why it's important to have, you know, understand this, right? It's why it's important to have homeowners and get people back into these homes, to get it back on the tax roll that way. If our schools don't have money and they're looking for the tax dollars to be that source, I think there's some things, readjustments that we have to do as a city. Go ahead.
You've touched on three important points, in that number one is, when we do neighborhood stabilization, we accomplish a great deal of that through home ownership, number one. Number two, when we repurpose existing buildings that are now defunct, they're not being used for their original purposes, then we're also helping to stabilize and improve the tax base, right? And then number three, which you really didn't mention, but I'd like to add to that, is just that all of our success we accomplish through partnerships. We have not been able to accomplish any successful story at all without partnerships.
Good.
So that's one of the first things that people will read. It's a boring read to visit our website, but that's one of the first things you'll see, is that our success is because of our partnerships. And because we're a separate entity from the city, we're able to point to, well, here, if it's affordable housing, here are the resources that the city has. Home funds, CDBG funds, and it's not the city, then we also have PHFA at the state level and the federal level. We know what sources there are to do just about every project that there is. And so in the sense that we don't host these, resources, but
Right.
that we collaborate so those partnerships actually deliver for the city.
I'd like to point out to the homes that are on Swatara with HDC, the Housing Development Corporation, over the years. They have been very strong partners with us, and they do manage to put those funding pieces together, whether it is PHFA or a little bit from the city, and they know how to get those resources, and we help with those kinds of things by having the land. And so they have come in, I think they've done 5 houses along there, and they're all for home ownership. And then, and as Brian said, first-time home buyers, so.
Thank you. I really appreciate the explanation. Last thing I'll say is that, I appreciate, go after those grants. Keep going after them, right? And you mentioned something about the CDBG funding. As of recent, I see administration as looking to kind of go away from the nonprofit sector. I'm not going to say it's in its entirety, but if you go back to the Reed era, he used a lot of that CDBG money to develop things. So I think having that's a worthy conversation to make sure there's some funds to help package some of these the land bank and parcels that we have. So developers, and we have to give them some type of incentive. It's good for businesses. I mean developers, but that's a whole nother thing. But thank you. That's all I have, and I appreciate you guys doing what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here this evening and for sharing. Next, we have the Historic Architectural Review Board, also known as HARB.
Good evening. I'm Trina Gribble. I currently sit as the chair of the Historic Architectural Review Board, or HARB. So to go through some of your questions that were given to us in preparation, the general function I just wanted to mention, we are an advisory board, and we have public meetings once a month in these chambers. And sometimes we take an off month in December if we don't have any business. But yes, it's a monthly meeting. And our recommendations that are decided in those meetings then go to council for ratification. Currently, the HARB is a group of 7 city residents or professionals who volunteer. They are appointed, I believe, by the mayor. You can correct me on that one. Currently, we have 5 members on the board, and we have 2 vacancies. The terms are, I believe, 3 years, and I say I believe because we've lost track, because so many of us have been on the board for many, many years. We haven't been very steadfast in keeping track of when they expire and when they renew. We do have 1 new member this year. The terms are, in theory, staggered. The qualifications for appointment, we have 1 position that is to be held by an architect. We have 1 position that is a real estate agent, and the other is the city code official sits on our board. I believe those 3 professional positions do not have to live in the city, but the other 4 positions are residents of the historic districts. So the HARB has purview over 6 municipal historic districts. They are Allison Hill, Fox Ridge, Harrisburg, Shipoke, Midtown, and Old Uptown. And these were enacted in response to the devastation of the Hurricane Agnes in 1972 as a way to revitalize the city and also to preserve our assets. The HARB is required to follow, to review the following kinds of projects: alterations that are visible from the public right-of-way within these districts. We also have purview over new construction, simple things such as awnings, fences, and signs. We also have purview over demolition of part or all of a building, and it's whether it's a commercial, residential, or a public property. The application review is part of the building permit process. So applicants will submit drawings, photographs, description of the work. And those applications are due the first Friday of each month, and then the board meets, like I said, monthly. That would be the first Monday of every month, and the applicant representative must attend. City staff may often administratively approve applications involving in-kind repair, and that is something that is granted through discussion with the board. Then those recommendations, like I said, go to the city council. Some similar or common cases that we look at, or more than not, are windows and doors, awnings, weather control device, vestibules, fences, signage, additions, and renovations. And how do we go about determining what's warranted in a historic district? We use the Secretary of Interior Standards as the guideline as to what is appropriate or inappropriate, again, to preserve the assets and the value of these historic properties. HARB has also, in my tenure, has renewed the guidelines. There's a design guidelines booklet, which I have here, and which can be found on the links through the website, which helps to guide the residents as to what's appropriate and what's inappropriate, and also why is it important to do it in a certain way. Typical considerations are also regarding material, the style, and the streetscape, and regarding materials, whether you're replacing wood with some composite material or with wood. We're right now, Erica is new to the staff, and she's been working on an addendum to the guidelines, which will further elaborate on what those types of materials can be. Because we have to keep up with the changing technologies of materials and be able to then further inform the public with our guidelines what those materials can be. So we see our purpose as safeguarding the community structures, features, and streetscapes that make Harrisburg unique by saving this distinct character of the city that will benefit the community in many ways. It's cultural benefits, there are social benefits, there are even economic benefits that tie along with redevelopment. And I think also, I keep calling them assets, because once we lose our historic connection, then it becomes everywhere USA, and we want our own identity. There's also environmental benefits to historic preservation, because those materials are already there. We don't have to find new materials and put more energy into construction. So again, that's pretty much the gist of what HARB does. And I had wanted to give some thoughts on maybe some improvements or modifications as you go forward with the HARB. Of course, we want to fill the vacancies, because the more people we have at the table, the better representation we have. Again, we have 6 municipal districts and we have 7 members, 3 of which are professionals. So the more we can represent each of those historic districts, I think that's the better. Also staffing, we've benefited from a new staff member, a historic preservationist specialist, and she is able to increase our abilities as a board, and I would encourage continuing to build the staff because they can assist the applicants as they go through the process and monitor the projects within the city that may not be coming to across their table. Unfortunately, there's lots of things that happen in the weekend hours and don't come through HARB, so we lose some of our integrity in these districts. Also, there's been discussion in the past, and I think it's an incentive in the future to put an inventory together of different properties within these districts and document those assets. Also, I think it's important to have staff and HARB continue to educate the community about the benefits of historic preservation, using the members as resources, and also consideration of expanding the historic districts to capture more of the unique qualities of Harrisburg and some of those historic properties that are not within confines of the districts. Just also some logistics. I think and this is something we can bring up at our board meetings, which we have. But I see these nice screens up here. We do hold our meetings in these chambers, but we're using a lot of paper. We are a historic architectural review board, but we could use technologies that are current and not require so much paper. Yeah, not so much paper when the applications are turned in. They could be electronic and distributed electronically to the board members. I think that would be more efficient. And also, I'd like to be able to show, as we discuss, put everyone on the same page, literally. So I think that would be a benefit. And as I said, I think other things you asked about engaging the public, like how do you do that? I believe in our bylaws it talks about annual reporting to council, and this is one of the first moments we've had to actually have a conversation about what HARB does. And I see it's an important conduit to share our experiences and opportunities. And I also see that it's important to connect with these other boards as well. We overlap with a lot of what the Redevelopment Authority is trying to achieve, what the Planning Commission, the zoning boards are trying to achieve, and even the Environmental Committee. Forgot their name, Environmental Advisory Council. So I think we would like to continue those discussions and also educate the public about the benefits, the how-tos, and what resources are available to the public. And then lastly, also beyond the walls of the district and beyond the walls of the borders of the city itself, how can we entice people to come to historic Harrisburg, the old city? So you go to many towns out and about, and you go to the core, and along main thoroughfares you see signs to say Old City Harrisburg, or actually I just went to Lancaster and it does have those directional signs, and we want to be proud of that history and draw attention to it. So I guess that's what I have. If you have any questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your recommendations. I appreciate those. How do you feel about QR codes? Do you think that would be helpful?
I'm sure they can be. I'm not sure in what way we would be using them.
Okay.
But as
It's to reference the meeting materials. You mentioned a lot
right.
of paper in your meeting packets. If individuals attending the meeting or if other board members just hovers their phone over the QR code, all of the documentation for
Sure.
the meeting would pop
That
up.
would be catapulting us into these technology. So,
You can take baby steps with
Yeah.
it. You can still have some hard copy packets, but.
right.
And can you please remind me, was it in 2021 that the HARB guidelines were updated?
Well, we had some public meetings in 2019, and when it was actually voted on, I think was not too far thereafter. I
Okay.
can't remember if it was 2020.
I
or-
was trying to remember. I remember the public meetings and I remember all of the discussion around it. I thought that they were really helpful to residents, particularly those that were new to historic districts and they didn't know all of the necessities there. I did want to clarify. So our packet here notes that the HARB members are appointed by the mayor with council consent. But on the website, it notes that the body is comprised of 7 members appointed by city council. So is that... I thought they were all mayoral appointments, but I just wanted to clarify since it reads
Legal?
differently.
Legal?
They're reading.
My experience, I was asked to join by the mayor, and then I came to council.
Right, for approval,
That
yes.
is what I went through.
That's what I thought. I just want to make sure, just so
It
everybody's
is a mayoral
clear.
appointment.
Thank you. And there are currently at least 2 vacancies?
Yes.
Okay.
And there is one coming down to council for the next meeting for the.
Oh, okay.
So that Jeffrey had recommended to the mayor.
Great. So you'll have a new person soon. Let's see here. The terms are 3 years and they're staggered. And a number, I guess, of the current board members' terms have expired. Does the mayor intend to?
So I'm not sure what the mayor's intention is. Historically, not for all boards, but for most boards, there's a provision, both in state law and local, that they continue to serve until replaced.
Filled, yes.
And they can leave, but they can stay. And so I don't know what the mayor's term is. I think part of the reason you're having this meeting is sometimes it's very hard to get volunteers for new people. So rotating is hard. The rules are very ambitious for rotation, and the volunteer list isn't long enough to do it for almost any board. That's the reality. So,
But they also have to know about it, so I think that was more so the reason why, right?
Yes.
Some of these boards and
I'm going to say
commissions.
this is probably my 7th public meeting on boards and commissions and why people should volunteer. So it comes up again and again. The council keeps trying. They keep trying. And
That's all we can do,
yep.
right?
And so you try to get people to volunteer and be interested. And we've been very fortunate with some very good people on very many boards.
We have. So I just wanted to review the formal reports and advice provided. I think you covered this, but I just wanted to note recommendations on certificates of appropriateness should be submitted in writing to City Council recommending approval or denial of applications. An annual report submitted to the mayor and City Council summarizing transactions, activities, and preservation oversight. Guidance on historic district boundaries. You may advise City Council and staff on the limits of historic districts and boundary adjustments, which you mentioned expanding those. And then demolition criteria and preservation standards. Provide policy, guidance, and recommendations on demolition requests and preservation best practices. I'm going to open the floor to my colleagues who may have some questions for you. I will start with our Building and Housing Committee Chair, Councilwoman Davis. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, President Hill. Good evening,
Good evening.
Miss Trina.
Yes.
Thank you for being here this evening. I pretty much look at all of the cases that come through, and I actually go out to the community and drive around and look at some of the properties. If I have a dispute or I don't agree with something, I will send you an email or the secretary of the board. I don't know who that is. I just look at the emails and then respond. But for the most part, I think the board is very strict when it comes to our historic properties. And for a good reason. As you said, we want to maintain the integrity and also be an attraction, keep that attraction in our city. One question, when someone buys a historic property, does the board notify them about the decisions or notify them that they have to check with the board before they make any revisions to their property? Yeah,
Right,
that's my question.
so the building application goes to the city for review. So that's for building permit, and then that would catch if it's in a historic district and what the work is. So if it's on the exterior facades, it's in the purview of HARB. But when people buy properties within the historic districts, the real estate agents are required to provide that information, that they are within a historic district and there are certain criteria.
I wondered about that, and thank you for clarifying that the real estate agents, actually, that's their job to do that. Okay, so for right now, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Green, any questions?
Thank you, President Hill. I don't have any questions for you, but thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rawls, any questions? Okay. Councilman Rodriguez, any questions?
No questions from me, and thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you. Councilman Jones, any questions?
Yeah, I think it was pretty much answered. Councilwoman Davis just asked about how are we notifying the buyers of these properties, because I've been through a couple of them, and this is for the public, because some of them are young people that are looking to buy and rehab a lot of these homes. There was one in particular incident where one has bought the property in a historical area and he's seen someone else do something different than the historical area pretty much allowed, and then they wanted to follow and start getting the same material. Then they had to take all of this stuff down before they could even resell the home, so they took a big loss. So I'm really concerned about making sure that this information, when it comes to, I think that was a great question, when someone purchases the house, we should be able to send something out from the city to let them know you've just purchased a home in a historical area, and here's the guidelines, because and I think they probably would have done it the way, following the rules, if they would have known about it. And it's maybe just because they're young at it too. So hopefully trying to just bridge that gap and making sure that we can get some of that information out to any potential buyers and anyone that actually purchases. So that's something that I think you answered, but if not, hopefully we can really work towards something like that. And that's all I have.
Sure, I would agree. The more ways to capture and inform potential buyers and people who are buying properties, I think the better. But I believe the onus is on the real estate agent at the moment, but to capture it.
Well, some of it could be the city owns may have some of the parcels, right? And again, I think, so that would be on us to send that out, or no?
There aren't too many properties that we own that have a building on it.
Okay.
Right, so that's the reality.
All right.
So that those would be great because it actually auction off for money. So.
All right, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to try one more time. Councilwoman Rawls, any questions? Okay. Thank you. Thanks for being here and for your recommendations.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Parking Authority.
Good evening, council members, and I'm going to echo one of the earlier comments, and that is I'm here having served as the chairman of the Parking Authority since 2014, but I've also served on the Planning Commission as vice chair since I think it was 97. And this is the first time that we've been asked to come in front of council on an official basis as Planning Commission. So I'm not going to be covering that tonight. We have some really good folks here from our group, but just want to thank you. I mean, it's a very welcome turn of events. So with all that said, Vern McKissick, 317 North Front Street. As I mentioned, I currently serve as the chairman of the Harrisburg Parking Authority. So what is it other than boring? Harrisburg Parking Authority was created by the city in 1972, pursuant to the Parking Authority laws of 1947. Since the incorporation of the authority, it has had a separate existence with purposes and powers as set forth in the Articles of Incorporation, the Act, and the Ordinance. The current term, or the enabling legislation that created it, runs out in 2037. So, presently, Harrisburg Parking Authority operates a reduced quantity of parking-related elements per se. The city-owned surface lots on City Island, also the parking garage on City Island. They were not incorporated into the Harrisburg Strong Deal that I'll talk about in a moment. We also operate a small surface lot between Mulberry and Dewberry Streets by the train station. We likewise manage a parking garage attached to the Pennsylvania National Insurance Company building. As I mentioned, in 2013, there was a thing called the Harrisburg Strong Plan. That was the recovery from the bankruptcy situation. At that point, Harrisburg Park Authority transferred the remainder of the parking system to Pennsylvania Economic Development Finance Agency, or called PEDFA. The garages and surface lots were transferred by a lease under an asset transfer agreement between the city, Harrisburg Parking Authority, and PEDFA. Right now, HPA is the Harrisburg Parking Authority is a lessor with the lessor's rights and duties under the leases. Harrisburg Parking Authority is the transferor, gotta love the lawyer words, responsible for monitoring PEDFA's performance of its obligations under the asset transfer agreement. And the way that works, revenue from the transferred parking system flows through a revenue, what we call a waterfall, by means of which revenue is allocated to a sequential, tiered manner. In recent years, the level, unfortunately, the waterfall, which is supposed to distribute the rents to HPA and the payments to the city, has remained unfunded because of decreases in income. Unfortunately, unfunded rent and city payments lapse at the end of each year and do not accrue. So when the year goes, it's never coming back. The current membership status, we have 5 seats, 4 are filled, all terms have expired. The members of the Harrisburg Parking Authority Board continue to serve as was referenced until appointed, qualified. The public engagement, we meet once a month if a quorum's available. Our meetings are public, subject to, of course, the Sunshine Law. In terms of reporting structure, we are an independent authority. The mayor appoints and can remove Harrisburg Parking Authority Board members. We do have an executive director employed by the city who handles management of tasks for us, including the garages and things that are on the island. Question relative to appointment and qualifications really comes down to being familiar with the city and also having an understanding of parking and the parking business. And towards that end, actually most of the members, not all anymore, but for a long time, were members of the Planning Commission, which brought that information along with us. The one thing about the parking authority, if I can find the page I'm looking for here. There it is. Just a quick summation. Before 2013, which was before the bankruptcy, and post-plan, I'll call it. Before 2013, the Parking Authority owned and operated parking lots and meters. Now we're just a title holding lessor, and we have the concession agreement with PEDFA. Before, we had a revenue pledge. We were quite a financial engine for the city back in the day. Today, we're just oversight and compliance. So we're monitoring concessionaire and hopefully ensuring the agreements executed in compliance. In the past, we had direct financing. The garages were done under separate debt. And today, we're conduits for financing. We still have the ability to borrow money in Pennsylvania under law, but we haven't done that since the recovery deal. But we can issue debt in conjunction with PEDFA. And finally, of course, it used to be that we integrated with the city anything that had to do with parking. Today, we're just interfacing relative to issues regarding city parking decisions, enforcements. To that end, we do end up intercepting a number of comments that come in from community groups who've done studies or have had issues relative to parking, which feeds over to the parking authority or the planning commission on a regular basis. Capital A neighbors, other folks within the recovery or the no compete zone under the issue. So that, like I say, is very boring, but that's what we do. So I'll take any questions.
It's not boring, it's good information for people to know. As you know, parking is a premium everywhere in the city, and it's
Absolutely.
a discussion that we have quite often. I did want to note, you mentioned that all of the 5 members are appointed by the mayor, and the term length is 5 years. They are staggered terms. I just wanted to review the formal reports and advice provided, as I've been doing. An annual financial and activities report should be submitted as required by the Urban Redevelopment Law, typically to the City of Harrisburg, and filed with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Project proposals and plans should be reviewed in coordination with City Council and the mayor when redevelopment activities involve public approvals or funding. And then public notices and hearings provided as required under state law for redevelopment project approval and property. Oh, sorry, I'm reading the redevelopment authorities. Sorry, I'm
I'm
this
liking the
doesn't sound
promotion here.
appropriate.
This is really.
Hold on. Sorry, I was on the wrong page. I flipped the other way. Annual financial statements and audits should be filed in compliance with the parking authority law and provided to the Commonwealth and the city. Policy and operational reports should be reviewed by the board of directors and shared with the city when policies or partnerships impact municipal operations. And finally, public information, notices, rate structures, and facility updates are made available to the public as part of the authority's transparency obligations. I just have one question. Where are your meetings held?
We have our own offices that are located in a public safety building.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I don't have any other questions. I will open the floor to my colleagues who may have additional questions. I'm going to start with Councilman Jones.
Thank
Any
you,
questions?
President Hill. Yes. Woo! Parking. First, again, start out saying thank you for your service and everything that you're doing. It's very, I just have 2 areas that I want to look at in your general function when it comes to regulation and enforcement. Can you expound on that role? Because
Sure.
when I first got here, one of the first things I jumped on was ordinances here, parking on the curbs. So I just want to see what role you guys play.
We actually have little role in that because that was contained of both meters, enforcement, which is parking tickets, and the finance from the garages, operation of the garages within the no-compete area, which is most of the downtown, was transferred to PEDFA and standard parking, and I think they're S+P, or they've just gone through a name
S&P,
change.
Yeah.
So we really have very little control over that. If it's City Island, the garage there, or outside of the no-compete zone, we have the ability to have a little bit more to do and say and work with.
So nothing like in the areas of like Allison Hill, South Harrisburg.
Well, we could do there. That is not part of the no compete. I keep mentioning no compete. What I should mention, there's a map that was created which contains most of downtown Harrisburg and up just past the Broad Street Market. And within that area, one of the things that the agreement, which is 40-year agreement
Yeah,
It was
I'm
started-
aware it was a part of the strong plan.
And one of the things I don't think a lot of people understand is that 40-year deal, we were 10 years or 12 years into it because the financing or the funds were not coming in. It was refinanced 2 years ago to prevent it from going into default and added another 10 years. So we're still sitting at 40 years in this deal, 2053. So that's really one of the struggles. The no compete, the biggest thing, and I'm going to...
Before you move on,
Yeah.
who made that decision?
That was negotiated between all the bondholders, the city attorneys, other entities from the state, PEDFA, DCED, and we would welcome, and we would like to make the offer to have our counsel come and Tim Anderson and step you through it because it's a fascinating read to see how we got to where we are because it has such a big, in my opinion, impact on the future of this recovery of downtown Harrisburg.
Absolutely, it does, and I think we're all there, and we're looking at this. So, yeah, I'll ask legal this question, but the question I was going to ask is, can we get out of this daggone plan? So, I know we'll take a financial hit if we attempted to do this, but it is one of the biggest pet peeves right now, especially when we're looking and bringing downtown back in any capacity. Go ahead, Mr. Luff. I see you.
Not sure. Is that a question? Can we
It
break?
is, yeah.
Can we break a contract?
I was going to ask it off, but if you want to answer, sure.
I mean, any contract can be broken. I'm not sure that that's a good idea. Right? Obviously, we would need to review the contract and speak with everyone to figure out what that could mean, right? But it's generally not a good idea to try and go breaking contracts. That's why you take your time and make them in the first place, right?
Well,
Make sure.
is there, and I haven't looked deeply into this policy, but I'm just knowing, and I don't want to call them out, but you know, some of these things have ruined other areas, other cities, with the parking. So, and it is a concern again if we're looking to change directions in what we're doing far as bringing people back into the city, people want to enjoy our festivities, our historical areas, you know, and these things are in place. So is there any room for renegotiation?
Again, you're really not renegotiating. If there's a contract in place, you're breaching the contract. So, like, it's not really a question. Can you breach a contract? Yes. There are consequences when you do. Can you renegotiate? Yes, if the other side agrees. There's usually a clause that says it. You know, you can make amendments, but both sides need to be done in writing. So, it's a contract. It can be amended, but there are consequences when you amend contracts.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I pretty much figured that you could, but I know it probably wouldn't even be feasible to do. But it's just something that it's a big problem, and I think we all are there on that. It's a big problem in our city, along with some of the other parking issues. But one of the things I see too is the purpose of to reduce traffic congestion.
We don't have that problem right now. I remember
Supports
30
local
years ago we
businesses.
had that problem. And the deal was really put together under the vision of the downtown as basically a giant office park with 20 to 30,000 people traveling into the city every day. That's changed, and we've been waiting for it to perhaps come back for the last 4 or 5 years. There's been a little bit, but it's still running deficits, and it's not really covering many of the tiers of financing because there's a whole series of levels of bonds that have been placed. So ultimately, something will have to be restructured. How that looks, the biggest thing that, from a planning basis, is however we have to pay them back somehow. But the biggest thing from a planning basis is that right now, for the no compete area, you know, city-sponsored parking is effectively off the table. Completely. That'd be the garages, building new garages. Private parking, it's possible, but if you look around the downtown, you see it's a very strong upward look because the final authority that is PEDFA and the operator, not the Planning Commission. So where in the past you had Pennsylvania National Insurance building a parking garage and putting a headquarters downtown, you're not seeing it now. You know, I'm working with a developer right now who's looking to do a 250,000 square foot building, bring it back to life. But he's looking at 162 apartments. And we're looking at the need for to be paying $320 to $380 a month for a reserved parking space, and it's wiping out the performance.
Yeah,
And that's where it's really at in the basis of our recovery deal. So I'm getting off tangent. That's not what we're here for. But
right.
I apologize.
No problem. I won't hold you any longer, but those are just some of the. I just wanted to see what role you played in enforcement and some of the policies that we have. But I see it's kind of restricted to certain areas.
Yes, sir.
And that's fine. So I'll keep beating up this ladder to try to get some of this stuff resolved. So thank you. I have no further questions, and thank you again for your service.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez, any questions?
Thank you, Madam President. Pretty much just echoing the sentiments of Councilman Jones. And just to add on top of it, a lot of our residents' issues with parking is just the space there is none that's provided. A lot of our sidewalks don't exist. A lot of our curbing that would indicate where to park still, isn't available in certain neighborhoods around the city. But I understand your jurisdiction would only, be detailed to certain parameters. So as Councilman Jones said, maybe we could just kind of keep beating that horse. But I do appreciate you being here this evening, and I look forward to a lot of the work you'll be doing in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rawls.
So she had to sign off. She might be trying to log back on here.
Okay, thank you. Vice President Green.
Thank you very much, President Hill. It's good to see you tonight, Mr. McKissick.
Good to see you.
I don't have any questions for you. I'd love to sit down and talk about how the parking deal was refinanced and get to know a little more about that, because that is interesting that it kind of set us back 10 years. But as far as questions for the parking authority, I don't have any tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davis, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McKissick, for being here. I just want to say thank you for my parking decal. I can park anywhere around the city and not have to pay.
We know
So,
certain things, yes.
Thank you, and I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you again
and
for
for
having us.
participating.
This is great.
Sure, thank you. Next, we have the Planning Commission.
All right, good evening. My name's Sean O'Toole. I'm on the City Planning Commission, obviously, and I wish to echo Mr. McKissick's comments. I've been on the Planning Commission for too long now, and this is the first opportunity we've had to come before you like this, and I appreciate that opportunity. The Planning Commission is enabled by the Pennsylvania Municipal Planning Code. Like HARB, we are merely an advisory board. Our decisions come to either the City Council for final approval or to the Zoning Hearing Board. We review requests for subdivisions, land development plans, relief from zoning requirements such as a variance or a special exception. Within the last 7 or 8 years of most relevance, we were involved in we were responsible for the adoption of the comprehensive plan, and we continue to be responsible for any amendments there too. We meet monthly, the first Wednesday of every month. Public participation there at those meetings, and the public does come up when there's something going on in their neighborhood, and they feel involved and want to express their positions. We're a 7-member. The bylaws provide for 7 members, and I'm happy to say we're at full force right now. We have all 7 board members are filled, which is nice because we don't have to cancel meetings because of a lack of a quorum. I will say we have probably only two of those members who are not on expired terms. And up until about a half hour ago, we actually had a quorum here. We had Vern McKissick, who you just heard from, Deron Jordan over there, and Basir Vincent, who just left. And had he not left, we'd had a quorum. We had 4, including myself, we had 4 of us. The other 3 are Joe Asbury and James Setter Reed. They're both retired state employees, and Ann Merrick, who's an engineer. Yeah, as far as what the requirements are to get on there, I don't think it's written down anywhere, but we tend to be people who are involved in their communities, that have a vested interest in the city, want to make more of an impact and ask how I can do that, and they get put on the board. I mean, for example, we got Deron and Basir. I mean, they're so gung-ho, they come to an event like this, you know. And many years ago, a young lady, she's not so young anymore, barely out of college, she wanted to get involved, and Vice President Green became a member of the Planning Commission. And so that's basically the requirements to get on. Who do we report to? Really nobody, and I don't mean that arrogantly. I mean, like I said, we make our decisions and they come to you. There's really nobody that we report to. That's really all I have for you.
Okay, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to review the formal reports and advice provided. An annual report submitted to City Council by March 1st each year as required by the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code. Recommendations on zoning amendments and map changes submitted to City Council, and recommendations on subdivision, land development, and variance requests submitted to the Zoning Hearing Board and City Council as appropriate. I wanted to note that all of the 7 appointments for the Planning Commission are appointed by the mayor with City Council consent. The term length, 4 years, and no more than 2 commissioners can be replaced or reappointed during a calendar year. So I don't have any questions for you. I'm going to open the floor to my colleagues. I will begin with Vice President Green.
Thank you, President Hill. I don't have any questions for the Planning Commission. I had the honor of serving with you all for a few years there. I said I was going to come back to some meetings, and I've only come back to one, so I apologize for that.
We don't miss you.
I will be back at some point. I just want to say thank you all for your service. Thank you all for taking me in. Mr. O'Toole and Mr. McKissick, along with the other members of the Planning Commission, really took me under their wing when I first came on, because I was like, what am I doing here and what do you do? I had no idea what the Planning Commission did, how important of a job you all have, or even if I fit in. And you all really took the time to explain things to me. I came in just in the midst of the comprehensive plan, the original draft, and so that was really mind-blowing. But you all taught me a lot about the city's history, about the roles of boards and commissions. I didn't even know boards and commissions existed, honestly, before that point. So I just want to say thank you all for your continued support. Even to this day, you'll still reach out and provide support to me. So I appreciate that, and know that I'm always here if you need anything. And I will start coming to some meetings every now and then. It
only took you a couple months of your grilling, applicants about I don't see I don't see the hardship for that application. And God, where did she learn that?
You guys. So thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davis, any questions?
Thank you, Vice President Hill. Thank you, and thank you for being here this evening. I just appreciate you being here and all of the boards being here this evening to give a brief explanation of what they do and just an overall view. I'm learning, and each time you come here, a piece of the puzzle, gets put in the correct slot. So thank you very much again for being here and for your willingness to continue to serve.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Councilman Jones, any questions?
For the first time, I have no questions.
Shocker. Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez, any questions?
Nothing for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Has Councilwoman Ross joined us again? Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
God bless you. Next, we have the Zoning Hearing Board.
I'll speak up this time so if I can hear me. Good evening, Madam
Can you
President.
please move the microphone closer to you? Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Madam President, City Council members. Zoning Hearing Board and everybody else in attendance. Harrisburg Zoning Hearing Board is a body composed of 3 members and 1 alternate, okay, appointed by City Council. The board has its own solicitor, okay, we use as legal counsel for any of review and decision criteria that we have, okay. We review requests for relief from aspects of the city zoning code, as well as appeals on zoning determinations from the zoning officer. Okay. Meetings are generally held the 3rd Wednesday of each month in City Council's chambers. I get the chance to occupy the president's seat a lot, okay? Unless there's a conflict of a holiday, then it's the next available Monday. Prior to the upcoming zoning hearing board meeting, the agenda will reflect the cases to be discussed. After the meeting, and documentation will be updated to reflect the actions taken by the board, okay? Agendas for the meetings are actually on the city's webpage, okay? It's normally there a week before the meeting date, okay, and it's a requirement. And it's made by the Planning Bureau. Little note, please note that because the meeting is a quasi-judicial meeting, minutes are kept by a court stenographer and not the city staff, okay? We also were broadcasted. All of our meetings are on Channel 20, okay? So it's for public record. And they are open to the public. Anybody can attend. Transcripts can be obtained by contacting either our solicitor or myself, and we'll get that information to you, okay? Meetings are held, we said, on Thursday, Monday of every month, okay? And we operate under the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code and the Harrisburg city codes, okay? They're our legal input to our process, okay? And we follow specific rules and procedures. When we go over those steps, one by one, what we actually do, okay? Our agendas, we talked about that. Our agendas are out 1 week before the meeting, and they're available. They're online, and the agendas contain any cases we're going to hear, okay? You can go into the city website, click on it, and you can see the case and any related material to the case. One little note, before that, all of our cases are reviewed by our solicitor before the meeting, okay? And the zoning, our zoning members, we tend to review the cases too. Sometimes like going out and actually walking through the properties that are under question, okay? Okay, again, we talked about the minutes kept by a stenographer, okay? It's a public hearing. All hearings must be advertised in the local newspaper for general circulation for 2 consecutive weeks prior to the meeting date, 15 days, okay? We've actually had times where we've had to reschedule cases because we did not meet that 15-day limit, okay? But that's, again, it has to be put into the local newspapers, and a copy must be given to the applicants. Impartiality. Since we're a quasi-legal board, we have to be fair. We're guided by the law, okay? The law, testimony of the applicants, okay? Any documentation which is evidence. We don't use strict rules of evidence for civil law, but we look at all that information, okay? Again, we said that, again, we function fairly equitably, upholding the goals and objective of the community. One note here, it's not whether we like the project or we don't like the project. We can't be biased in any form or fashion. If it's a perceived bias, we will recuse ourselves from that, from making that decision. And it has happened since I've been on the zoning hearing board, where I've had to recuse myself. And what a recusal normally results in the familiarity with the applicant or the property in question, okay? Or, again, or close proximity to the property in question, okay? When we say if you live within a few blocks of the property, we shouldn't be making any decisions on that. We need to basically recuse ourselves. Little rule 2, it's always a majority decision that's going to be made. And I'm saying that to City Council because right now we have vacancy on the zoning hearing board and our alternate is vacant. So we have 2 people. On a tie condition on a decision, the decision is automatically rejected, is already defeated. Okay, so if it's a tie vote, it's not passed. Okay, for rejections, for denial. Okay. Let's go through. Okay, what's the reasons for the hearing? Okay, you know, we're not there drinking coffee and just saying hello to everybody. Zoning hearing board reviews applications for specific reasons as outlined by the municipal codes, okay, planning codes. Applicants normally are requesting a variance or special exception to that code, okay, to which, again, at that point in time, they'll produce evidence and we'll make a decision, okay. Challenges to that code have to be valid, okay, and you must have documentation. Okay, so, and sometimes hardship can be used, but that hardship needs to be proven, okay, to the best of, for us to interpret it. All decisions made by the zoning hearing board are appealable, okay? If it's a denial, you have the right to appeal that. And that's the reason why we have a court stenographer, okay? Your appeal is to the Court of Common Pleas, okay? So, if you do not agree with our decision, okay, or we denied you, you can appeal to the Court of Common Pleas. I used to sit down and sometimes, I'm not bragging, but we've only, in the last 10 years, we've only had one case. Well, it was actually, it was denied at the Court of Common Pleas, and it went up to the Commonwealth Court, and that's where basically it was overturned. So we tend to do our work well. We use the law in our decision criteria, okay? We're not law enforcement people. We don't enforce the rules. We use that as input to our decision criteria and our discussion, and that's why we have a solicitor, okay? We take a lot of our solicitors before the meeting, they will write a recap up. Most of our input comes from the planning bureau and from the planning committee, okay? Let's see, more, again, I can talk about before the hearings. The applicant must file the application, pay the fees, provide required information. Our solicitor and the municipal solicitor, okay, we do the city is also represented in our meetings, the law department, okay, so they're actually participants. And if they have issues of what's being presented or the questioning that's being and we can ask questions of the applicant, okay, they tend to basically let us know that, well, that's not germane to the subject matter. One other thing, too, in the hearing, the applicant can testify, anybody who's supporting him or not supporting him can testify. All testimony is sworn testimony, okay? Anybody who appears in front of the zoning hearing board is going to speak. You will have to take an oath, basically, that you're presenting factual information. Okay, after the meeting, our decisions are made. Our decisions are public record, okay? We have up to 45 days to basically make that decision available to the applicant, okay? And it can be plus, minus, but it has to be, we have to do that. And we also, since it's public record, we basically retain that information as filed. I think that's about all I have. Okay, it's really, we look at it as a like I said, a quasi-legal bureau, and we follow mostly as you would go in front of, as you go in front of a judge. Okay. Any questions?
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions. As a former member of the Zoning Hearing Board, I really enjoyed my time. I served with Mr. Dan Deibler and Mr. Tom Leonard, and they too ushered me onto the board very nicely, and I got to know them. It was a good time. I just want to review.
I've argued some cases in front of you.
Oh, yes, you have. You have. You know, I really always enjoyed hearing from community members that were either directly impacted by a case that we were hearing, or maybe adjacent, something in your neighborhood. That's how I initially met you. So it's always important for people to pay attention, particularly to the work of the Zoning Hearing Board, because a lot of the development around you goes through this board, so it's helpful to know.
Thank you.
I'll review the formal reports and advice provided. I think you covered it, but I just want to note, since I've been reading them, written decisions and findings issued to applicants and recorded as official city determinations, variance and exception approvals provided to the zoning officer for incorporation into zoning and building permits, and appealable orders are decisions may be appealed to the Dauphin County Court of Common Pleas under the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code. As you mentioned, the board is comprised of 3 members, and they are appointed by City Council, and the term length is 3 years.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't have any other questions, so I'll open the floor to my colleagues. I'll begin with Councilwoman Davis. Do you have any questions?
Well, thank you, President Hill, and thank you, Mr. Phipps, for continuing to serve our community. It's good to see you this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Green, any questions?
Thank you, President Hill. Good evening, Mr. Phipps. It's good to see you as always. I don't have any questions for you. I know a little bit about the Zoning Hearing Board. Actually, before I was on the Planning Commission, I was actually originally asked to be the alternate for the Zoning Hearing Board. That's about the second time I actually got to meet President Bowers at that time, Miss Bowers at that time, now President Hill, because she was coming in for the work session to be interviewed, to be on the Zoning Hearing Board, and that's the first time we really got to sit down and have a discussion. So I know a little bit about the Zoning Hearing Board. I thank you for your continued service in different capacities, and thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is the first time we... Councilman Rodriguez, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Phipps, for your testimony this evening. It's always refreshing to not only see people filling these vacancies, but their passion for the boards they're serving. And thank you, Madam President and Vice President, for sharing your stories and, just how successful it can be, the struggles of filling these roles. So to hear it on the positive end and get great people in there filling the positions, being passionate, it means the world. So thank you all this evening.
Thank you. Councilman Jones, any questions?
No. Yes. Yeah, sorry. I forgot my mic was on. No. What I should have asked the Planning Commission, and what I'll just say to you guys, and I think I said this to you personally, but I just want to have this on record, that how often are you guys sharing information? One of the reasons why I'm asking that is because there was an instance that I saw where an individual made it all the way to the Zoning Hearing Board, and then everything unraveled. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, because they're a quasi-judicial board.
Oh, they can't do that.
It's like a judge. You can't say, "Hey, let me tell you about this
Well,
case," right? So
So
yes.
let me rephrase the question. Thank you for that, because I don't want to get Mr. Phipps in trouble. So how can we just share this information? Some of these committees and boards, it may be boring to some people, unless they're an applicant, and then they have to wait a minute, so they get stopped somewhere. So this is I guess I don't know how I can answer that question.
So I think the distinction is, what is the difference between the roles of those two boards, right? The Planning Commission very often, in the planning version of the world, is is this a good idea? This sounds great for Harrisburg. I like your business idea. The zoning board, like a judge, is stuck with, did you meet your burden of proof and your evidence you put on before us? And so the planning board can vote enthusiastically for a project, and the board members of the zoning are left with, there's a 5-part test, you missed step 3.
Yeah.
And this test was set up by the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in the Municipal Planning's Code, so it's not an optional test.
So let me do this then. I would encourage the community.
I got an answer for your question. Input to our decision, to the documents that we view, is always a report from the Planning Commission. And the planning is basically each of the Planning Commission members, they question the applicant. Okay, we get to see that, but we see that as part of the package, the case package that's going to come in front of us.
Got you. So there is some information. That's minimal.
Right. It's not a communication per se of contacting them. It's a written document, because that's evidence that's going to be brought in for the zoning hearing meeting. Okay.
So the same package you get for a land development plan, when it's a zoning question, they get that same report from Planning Commission for a zoning matter.
Got you.
So that thing you see, that package that comes through, that's what zoning gets from planning.
Yeah, so that'll be, again, I'll just say to the public, I would encourage them to pay attention to those boards and commissions, because it's something that I do, because by the time something gets to us, you know, even though you guys have a recommendation, I just still want to be able to make a sound decision on, you know, moving forward. So I would encourage the public to do to do that as well, because these things are very important, especially if they're an applicant looking to get something done within the city. And the last other thing, I only want to recognize Mr. Hobbs is here as well.
I was going to do that, but thank you, Mr. Hobbs, who also serves as a member of the Zoning Hearing Board, is present. Thank you for.
Yes, ma'am. So that's all I have, and thank you guys for your service.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presence here tonight.
Thank you.
Our final, we have Capital Region Water. They aren't outlined on our meeting agenda, but thank you for coming, and we would appreciate you providing an overview of the Capital Region Water Board.
Well, thank you very much, President Hill and fellow City Council members. I stand before the final important business before this board this evening, and I think all of the media will look kindly upon me if I'm brief. Capital Region Water is a Pennsylvania municipal authority that provides drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater services for Harrisburg and parts of surrounding municipalities. The Board of Directors governs the authority under the Pennsylvania Municipal Authorities Act, setting policy, adopting budgets and rates, approving capital projects, and overseeing management to protect the public health and the environment of the city of Harrisburg. Our current membership status is that we are governed by a 5-member volunteer board. All 5 seats are currently filled, with Chairman Kurowski and myself both being on expired terms. Mr. Kurowski as of 2019, myself as of 2020. The 3 remaining board members are Karen Balaban, Shay Zwerver, and Pierre McCoy, serving on consecutive expiring terms of 2026, 2027, and 2028. We meet regularly at 6 p.m. on the 4th Wednesday of each month. Typically in November and December, those are subject to some change, mostly because of our budget. In November, we're already starting our budget process for 2026. Our meetings are held at 3003 North Front Street. They are open to the public. They're advertised, offered in person, both in person and virtually. In addition, we record our meetings and post that to our website, typically within 24 hours after our meetings are finished. We would love to have folks visit our meetings. It's very lonely most months. Our reporting structure is that Capital Region Water board members are nominated by the mayor and approved by City Council. We are subject to our own articles and the Pennsylvania Municipal Authorities Act, and we look to be accountable to not only the City of Harrisburg, but also Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection and the EPA. Our public meetings We publish our financial reports, and our policies that are adopted by the board are also published. Qualifications for appointment, we would typically be seeking certainly enthusiastic volunteers that have familiarity with utilities, infrastructure, and the environment, finance, law, or government experience, and certainly community stewardship and a stakeholder engagement willingness to communicate and engage with the public. That's my overview, and thank you so much for the opportunity to present.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As I've been doing, I will share the formal reports and advice provided, annual financial reports and audits submitted in accordance with the Municipality Authorities Act, shared with the City of Harrisburg and the Commonwealth. Regulatory compliance reports are filed with the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. And then public notices and updates, rate changes, infrastructure projects, and community impact reports are provided to residents and businesses through public meetings and official publications. As you noted, the authority is comprised of 5 members appointed by the mayor. The term length is 5 years. I don't have any questions, but I did want to acknowledge the presence of Ms. Charlotte Katzenmeyer, the CEO of Capital Region Water. Thank you for being here tonight. I'll open the floor to my colleagues who may have some questions for you. I will begin with Councilwoman Davis. Any questions?
Thank you, President Hill. Good evening. I don't have any questions. You already answered my questions, but thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Green, any questions?
Thank you, President Hill. I don't have any questions for you. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Vice President Green.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez, any questions?
No questions for me. Very descriptive. I appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you. Councilman Jones, any questions?
Well, I'm going to speed up as everybody else is, but no, I have no questions. And how you doing again, Miss Charlotte? Oh, no, I just want to thank you guys for what you're doing. Actually, me and the clerk here had an opportunity to tour D-Hart and then the facility down here on Cameron. We also got an opportunity to do that, which opened our eyes to a lot of things that I think, you guys are doing some good things. So,
Is that your first visit to D-Hart?
Absolutely.
Isn't
And
it awesome?
I was taken aback by it.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, this is amazing. Yeah, I wish more people could go see it. But I just want to thank you guys for your work and the service that you're providing for the city residents.
We have D-Hart Day coming up very shortly, so it's open to the public, and we're going to be running transportation up to D-Hart. So
Okay, get that information to us so we can report that out.
Yep.
That'd be good. I think they because that was one of my biggest things. I always wanted to know what happened with our sewage water, and oh boy, what an experience! But keep up the good work, and I thank you guys.
Thank you very much for joining us. Okay, at this time, we will open the floor for public comment. Just a few housekeeping notes before we begin. Please state your name and your address for the meeting record. If you don't feel comfortable sharing your address, please share the vicinity in which you live within the city. You will have 4 minutes to share your comments. Mr. Truesdale has added a green timer to the TV screens for your reference. And I'll begin to my right. Is there anyone that would like to offer public comment? Anything related to the boards and commissions discussion during the policy work session?
Good evening, Council. I'm going to take off my EAC hat and put on my resident hat. My name is Pamela Parson, and I live on Allison Hill. I'd like to thank you for this really informative program tonight, and I hope it gets a lot of views. I think it's information that is not often shared, especially in this kind of format. I'd also particularly appreciated that Capital Region Water was here as a Capital Region Water ambassador. And also really glad that you included the Redevelopment Authority, because authorities as quasi-governmental agencies are often really hard to figure out how they work. And I also appreciate your questions, especially Councilmember Green and Councilmember Rawls about the Redevelopment Authority. I have found that it is very difficult for a citizen to access that particular authority, to find the information that you're looking for, to even attend a meeting, because the meetings often happen, I think, at like 12 or 12:30. It's hard to get there. It's hard to find the link if you want to join virtually. And I did a quick look tonight, and in their meetings from, say, 2022 to 2025, which is where they have their minutes available, in all of those meetings, there were only 5 meetings where members of the public were there and actually asked questions or made public comment. So I think that's really important, and I'm glad that you were here. I'm glad that the list of properties might actually be public. I attended one of their meetings back in 2023, I think, and in asking that question, is this list of properties? And the question was not clearly answered when I was there. So it would be great that if it would be at the website. And again, thank you very much for this session tonight.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to my right that would like to offer public comment?
Hello, good evening, Council. My name is Paul Gellerman. I live in the Uptown area. I had a question just hearing some of the board structures and some of the board appointees that have been appointed by a city council that might not be participating or fully engaged with the boards. What measures or what power does city council have to review their performance and potentially remove them from those boards?
That's a good question. I have not had any experience of removal of a city council appointee. I don't know if that's something that the Law Bureau can speak to.
So it's going to be different with each board because each board has its own, what I'd call, enabling act.
Okay.
But most boards, the main reason for a departure is if they have 3 unexcused vacancies in a row, the position can be reported as vacant. And in some boards, you get appointed to fulfill the remainder of that person's term. On other boards, you're appointed to a full term. So it just depends on the board that you're on. But there are provisions in some of the authorities for removal for more serious conduct. I'm unaware of that ever being an issue where there's actually a conduct kind of question. It's really about some people just because they're busy and as a volunteer just can't get there. You know?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to my right that would like to offer public comment?
Can just something as a public individual?
Yes. If you wouldn't mind coming to the microphone. If you could please state your name and your address
I'm
or
the
your.
disciple of Jesus Suman.
Okay.
I'm 2128 Green Street. This is my first time I've been back for a few years, and I know Miss Green, she knows me. One thing I want to make a complaint, that there's these bumps that are on Division Street and on 3rd and 6th, and I have electric bike. And I'm going to tell you what, I'm not a car, but I'm a bike. I got a flat tire because after they did the bump, there's some gravel and stuff after it, and then they do 2 posts too after that so a bicycle could go by it. But what the problem is too, there's cars that will park in front of those 2 coasts. So the bicycle's gonna go over the hump anyway. Okay, now, next, stopping. Now, my next subject is my last time that was at this market, this city council meeting was when I had 4 tickets from a family from Africa. And you had a president. And she said that she would take care of those 4 tickets. And guess what? I got a phone call from the car owners from Pittsburgh that nothing was ever done on those tickets. And I come down here and I go to that office up there and she ain't around, but I'm hollering, and I had the secretary got 2 of those tickets resolved. I paid the other 2 off. And the last thing was, that was really the last time that I ever came back down city council until tonight, because she has been nothing more than totally deceitful. The Broad Street Market is unbelievable. You donated money in the beginning, but where did the money go? And then I know it went to the board. Hello? For the Broad Street Market. I've been in this city I've been in my house for 34 years. I know about the Broad Street Market when it was shut down for years because of the roaches. There's many stories. But management is a big issue, and the fact is with her, to try to do this big show that she's been doing, to try this into historic, it's a modern historic in between the two buildings. Yoo-hoo! Come on down. Welcome to Hagen, Harrisburg. My house is from 1886, and I bought it 30-some years ago, and I have built it from the foundation to the roof. Okay, and when I say what I say, if that when that building burnt, if there would have been some Christian, more Amish individuals to come around, that building would have been done in a year to a year and a half, finished, professionally done in the name of Jesus Christ. There. So there, I'm done. I love you all. I do the Harrisburg Food Ministry right out of my driveway. I'm 210 Her Street. They give me the food there at that little tent now at the Broad Street Market. It's more of a blessing I could ever have. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to my right that would like to offer public comment? Okay, seeing and hearing no one. Anyone in the middle section?
Good evening, Council. I'm still working on the development of the Cameron Street project. This is the before and the after. We just got, before I start, my name is Libby Prophet. I am resigning at 2025 Chestnut Street in Harrisburg. This project is featured on the website excuse me, so much going on in my head right now. Capital City Water's here. Oh. This project is on intellectethics.com. That's INTELLECTETHICS.com. You look at it, you'll see my website. I'm a consultant. And this, if you want to learn more, this project is under there. We have just got some guys to do the drafts and the design. That would eventually come in front of, I guess the first board would be the the historic board. So hopefully we don't have any issues with 1321 North Cameron Street. And then it goes up into planning and zoning and such. So I wanted the residents of Harrisburg to know that we are redeveloping this and where they can go to learn about new information. And as the plans come through and the prints come through, I'll upload it so they can see. As well as a couple of times in this month, I'll stop by and I'll getting signatures from community, make sure that you guys get the black and white of everything that you need. So I wanted to mention that. I did learn a few things about these hearing boards. The Redevelopment Authority, Mr. Brian Davis, I emailed him because I'm in the redevelopment project business currently, and I did email him yesterday. I didn't get a response as to how I can get a hold of the property that I think several people in this room said that there is no list, but there is a list. But I emailed him requesting, I didn't get anything. He was here earlier. Maybe he'll return my email because I email so many people. As far as Capital City Waters, the rates are based on national rates. That's nauseating, knowing that right around the corner, Susquehanna and Sioux, Water, and all of them, rates are much, much less. So they're stating that their rates are based on national rates. I live in Harrisburg. I do not want to pay the same rates as the people living in California. So where they're getting their data from and they're doing these rates is totally fraudulent. The properties, they're calling it lienable. They have a company in New Jersey that's putting fines and fees on people's bills with potential turnoff because they didn't get access. Some LLC plumbing company wants access to people's home, and if you don't give them access, $515. I know because it's been on my bill, and I'm pursuing this issue via the Superior Court. Thank you for your time. Good night.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the middle section that would like to offer public comment? Seeing and hearing no one, anyone to my left? Seeing and hearing no one, before we adjourn, I wanted to note that the boards, commission, authorities, you might have seen council members referencing this document throughout the evening. A PDF version is available on the city's website, on e-codes, under public documents, and then miscellaneous meeting materials 2025. It's the first link. So I'd like to thank the city clerk's office, Jared Truesdale, for your hard work in drafting this document. I know it was very tedious, and you were very meticulous in ensuring the information here was accurate and correct. So thank you for that. Okay, everyone, the time is 8:10 p.m. I will entertain a motion to adjourn our policy work session.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I hope everyone found this to be an informative work session. That's our goal, and if you want to reference the document, please do. Thank you for your attendance.
And thank you, President Hill, for this. This is very good. I think everybody enjoyed that.
Thank you. Excuse me, everyone. We aren't finished with our business this evening. We do have a special legislative session. So I'll give everyone a few minutes to regroup. To go right into this special legislative session, rather reluctantly, but here we are. The time is 8:13 p.m. I would like to call this special legislative session to order. Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the roll?
Ms. Daniels, Ms. Davis,
Present.
Ms. Green,
Present.
Mr. Jones,
Here.
Ms. Rawls, she's She's trying to talk. It's green. Mr. Rodriguez. Oh, that's on me this time. Sorry, let's do that again.
President?
Yep, I got you. Miss Rawls?
Present, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep, thank you. Ms. Hill?
Present, thank you. The invocation will be led this evening by Councilwoman Davis, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Hill. I would like us to take a moment to honor the life of Pastor D.R. Gilmore, the second administrative assistant to the Pennsylvania Commonwealth Ecclesiastical Jurisdiction. He served as the superintendent of the Harrisburg district and was the pastor of Mount Calvary Church of God in Christ. Pastor Gilmore, 90, son of the late Roy Gilmore and the late Lottie Williams, was born in Roxborough, North Carolina. He received his Doctorate of Divinity degree from Emmanuel Baptist University of Connolly Spring, North Carolina. Pastor Gilmore transferred from this earthly life into eternal life on Thursday, September 25th, 2025, in the UPMC Osteopathic Hospital. He was a husband, a father, a pastor, and spiritual father to many. His legacy continues through his family, his church, and the many who learned from him. Pastor Gilmore exemplified what it meant to live a life of integrity and great character, a life that was well lived and a race well run. Pastor Gilmore will be greatly missed by all who knew him. And the services will be held this Friday at 8 o'clock a.m. through 11 a.m., and then the funeral will start at 11 a.m., and the location will be at Shiloh Baptist Church on Derry Street. I would just like us to take a moment to honor him and reflect on his memory. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davis. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilman Rodriguez.
All rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. We do not have any communications this evening. We will open the floor again for courtesy of the floor. Just a few housekeeping notes, the same notes. Please state your name and your address for the meeting record. If you don't feel comfortable sharing your address, please share the vicinity in which you live within the city. You will have 4 minutes to share your comments. Mr. Truesdale has added the timer back to the screen for your reference. I'll begin to my right. Is there anyone that would like to offer public comment?
Council members, Bruce Weber, 428 Bow Street. Just want to speak in favor of the legislation in front of you this evening. Obviously, the rebuild of the Broad Street Market is key towards economic development and continued revitalization of the city. Although it's been a long and winding process, hopefully we're finally seeing a little light after the darkness, and this is important for important legislation and for your consideration. And along those lines, I just want to bring up that I think it's also potentially a good opportunity to suggest that there may be a funding gap here, as has been discussed. It's hard to know exactly what it is, how much it is, and how big that delta may be. But the city currently does not have a credit rating and has not accessed the public debt market in about 27 years, I think, at this point. And the city's ability to secure funding for any needs that currently they don't have opportunities to get from other sources such as grants or the typical revenue sources, that they really will have to use the cash that's available in the general fund of the city. I don't know what that balance is at this point, but once you use cash, it's gone. It's very hard to reclaim it. So I think there's an opportunity here to perhaps look at going back into the public market. The matching principle of assets to liabilities, the rebuild of the market is a building that will be around for 30 plus years. When you go to the debt market, you're talking somewhere between 10 to 30 years. Yes, there's a cost with interest, but those costs are spread out. So in theory, even though this takes a lot of work and there's a lot of cooperation between the administration and council to facilitate something like this, considering it has not been done in a while, it could provide a real opportunity to do two things at one time, which is both, show off what can be done, with the city, with some imagination and creativity, with the actual building of the market, and then show that the city's, has the financial wherewithal to actually go back to the public market and secure a credit rating, and show that, its economic vibrancy is also there to be highlighted at the same time. So anyways, thank you very much for your time, and good luck tonight with the vote.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to my right that would like to offer public comment? Okay, seeing and hearing no one. Anyone in the middle section? Okay, seeing and hearing no one. Anyone to my left? Seeing and hearing no one, we will move forward with the meeting agenda. Next, approval of minutes. We do not have any minutes for approval. Next, we have reports of committees. The sole committee report you will hear this evening will be delivered by Vice President Green on behalf of the Budget and Finance Committee on the work session of September 23rd, 2025.
Thank you, President Hill. I will try to be brief, but still thorough. The Budget and Finance Committee met during the work session of September 23rd, 2025. We discussed Resolution 63 of 2025, a resolution approving the 6th proposed 2025 budget reallocation related to the rebuild of the Broad Street Market brick building. We had a presentation from Mr. McCutcheons to go over the proposed budget reallocation. The total reallocation request for the Broad Street Market project is $14,416,912. This estimate will cover the entire estimated cost of completing the Broad Street Market brick building and upgrades. The total estimated cost at this moment for the project is $19.12 million, according to the provided schedule. The funds for this project are being reallocated from various general revenue funds, including $9.1 million from the cash carryover, also known as the fund balance. In discussion, Mr. McCutcheon and the city solicitor, Mr. Neil Grover, noted that the amount received from insurance will likely increase as they go through the process of sorting out what category repairs and upgrades fall into. The solicitor also noted that this resolution is time sensitive as the contracts cannot be signed or executed until the funds are made available to fulfill the contracts. We did request a breakdown and a presentation of the estimated cost so that the City Council as well as the public can be informed on what the estimated work and final project for the Broad Street Market will look like. City Council was provided a brief breakdown of the budget to include what items the funds requested for, as well as the estimated timelines for the work to be completed. During tonight's meeting, I will ask to open the floor for discussion to see if the administration would like to present this information that they provided to us via email, as well as any further questions from City Council. The Broad Street Market is a pillar of our community, and the residents have been very vocal. They want it restored and upgraded to keep its original historic charm while bringing modern amenities. With that being said, we also must be cognizant of the city's funds and understanding the overall cost and its impact on the city's short and long-term financial stability is something that we have to evaluate. As noted last week, this is a multi-year project that will run across multiple budget years. In order for the contracts to be executed, for the contracts to be executed and the work to be started, the funds have to be made available now. With that being said, if this resolution would pass tonight, I would implore the administration to not only look for other funding sources so that we do not put a strain on the city's fund balance, but also ensure that our budget for the next 2 years includes intentional efforts to plus up our fund balance, as we are still in a position where the city cannot borrow money for capital need improvement projects, and we don't want to put ourselves in a positions of not being able to complete necessary work in the future. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. We do not have any ordinances for first reading or ordinances for amendment, and there are no ordinances for final passage. For consideration, tonight we have Resolution 63 of 2025. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Resolution 63, 2025, a resolution approving the 6 proposed 2025 budget reallocation related to the rebuild of the Broad Street Market brick building.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion to suspend the rules for further discussion.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I will defer to our Budget and Finance Committee Chair, Vice President Green, to lead discussion.
Thank you, President Hill. I would like to ask if there's anyone from the administration. I know we have Mr. Baker as well as Mr. McCutcheons here. If you would like to come and take a seat at the table and maybe go over some of the information that you sent to council over the last day or so that kind of goes over the timeline when we're looking for the market to be completed. I know you sent a couple of renderings. If you just could provide any more information on the project itself, some of the things that are going to be covered, some of the upgrades we might be looking to do to the market, and what we're looking for the final project itself to look like. And Mr. McCutcheons, if you could provide some information more on the financial side. I know you gave us some information as to what the cost would cover as far as like specific materials and things like that. And if you could also give us just a brief standpoint on where the city's fund balance currently lies so that we can have that information as we're looking to dip into it. That was a lot that I asked for. Hopefully you guys heard all of it. It's kind of a long-winded request for the same request that I made last week.
You want to go first? Not really.
Whoever would like to start.
Okay. All right. Yes. Good evening, City Council members. Thank you. Brian McCutcheon, Accounting Manager. Thank you, Vice President Green, for that reference for that schedule that I distributed today as a follow-up for your request last Tuesday evening. My efforts here were to try to make it more concise and a little more a better path to follow as compared to how I presented last Tuesday with line and line after line.
Just one moment, Mr. McCutcheon.
Sure.
Mr. Truesdale, could you pull it up? Yes. Just so the public can see it as well.
No, I appreciate the opportunity to see my work.
So I have a printout of the construction timeline. Would that be beneficial to pass out to you guys right now, or is digital copy sufficient?
It'd be beneficial to give us the printed copy. I did print a copy myself, but.
Oh, all right, very good. So this schedule it reflects, and it does tie into the 6 budget reallocation proposed last week. The totals do reconcile, but what I was trying to illustrate here is a history of what's been paid through the end of August of 25. You can see that column B reflects what we've paid in 24, including the project construction manager and the architect, and there were firms contracted to do, for the most part, these firms did demolition type work. In 2025, payments into 2025 through the end of August, mainly it really is only going to be the project manager and the architect. So as of the end of August, we still have commitments or encumbrance balances that are out there. And the anticipation is that they will be liquidated prior to the end of the year. That's an assumption, but it's a reasonable one. So prior to the I'll call them the heavier construction costs that are being currently worked upon and teeing up in our encumbrance system. And these are estimates, and based on the involved lines for these heavy construction costs. So, and Jared, if you could just scroll up slightly, thank you. So, again, where I left off with, the 3.338 million relates to those vendors up above. So before we get to the construction vendors, so to speak, all this time that's passed, the magic number, if you will, tends to be the 23+ million in total cost for this particular project. So if you reduce the 23 million by what we've paid essentially through the end of this year, that gets us down to the 19,693. And then it's carved out by those lines that are illustrated there. You can see that. And so that's, again, an estimate, and it's a high estimate because there's, these amounts reflect any potential contingencies that may arise. They may not arise to this level, but it pertains to change orders. When contractors start doing work and they go along, they discover something else needs to be addressed. So with that of 19.693 million, how does the city address that? Well, $500,000 has already been appropriated in the host fee fund. It has not been utilized yet. So the remaining 19,193, that's what we're saying as these vendors and these contracts move forward through the purchasing system of the city, which essentially represents committing to encumbering the balances or encumbering the budget, the available budget. We look at what's available as of the end of August, and that's the 4,776,000. So there's where the difference between those two is that number that's you've seen and referenced, the 14.4 million. So that will reconcile back to the proposed reallocation schedule. That's the ask, the 14.4 million, to increase the city's general fund budget up to the 19.193. That's the only expense line that was appearing on that schedule for Broad Street Market. The rest of the lines that flow below, which are not reflected here, I didn't want to re-complicate things, is just what are the revenue sources that are available to accommodate such an increase in general fund budget expense. And that's completes that schedule summarized up for you. If you have any comments or questions, I'd be happy to try to answer for you.
I don't have any questions on this schedule. I'll start to my far left. No, I'll start to my far right. Councilwoman Davis.
Thank you, Vice President Green. Good evening. I'm going to hold off on my questions, okay? Right. Thank you.
Thank you. President Hill.
Yes, I'm going to read questions from an email that was received last Wednesday following last Tuesday's council meeting. As a longtime Harrisburg resident and taxpayer, I care deeply about the Broad Street Market and about how the city manages large public expenditures. After reviewing the 6 proposed 2025 budget reallocation adjustment that was presented to council, I was struck by how difficult it is for an ordinary citizen to follow where the money for this restoration is actually coming from and whether the sources are secured. I'm asking that you please forward the following concerns to members of City Council so they can be addressed publicly. From my reading of the spreadsheet, the amendment increases the Broad Street Market fire loss restoration budget by over $14 million. But the listed transfers in insurance reimbursements and grant lines don't clearly add up to that amount. The estimated cash carryover jumps by more than $9 million, and one of the CDBG transfer lines even shows a negative year-to-date revenue figure. There also aren't subtotals or notes explaining each line, which makes it hard to tell what's confirmed versus what's anticipated. Because of that, I'm hoping council can clarify, among other things. First, how exactly does the $14.4 million amendment reconcile with the transfers, grants, and reimbursements listed in the spreadsheet? Do you want to answer? I have a series of questions.
Oh, okay. So back to that schedule that we reviewed last week.
Mm-hmm.
So the starting point is the $14,416,000 increase to expense. The rest of the lines underneath that are all revenue increases in each one of the revenue lines within the general fund. I can go line by line if you'd like me to at this point.
I think that's what the request is, because he noted that, yes, the lines clearly didn't add up to a certain amount, and then that there weren't subtotals or notes explaining each line. So if you could, please.
Okay. Okay, yeah, thank you, Jared. So let me shift to column H, which is, I believe, what the questions are referring to, which is the proposed budget amendment request. So the expense of 14.4 is funded by all the lines that appear below. In other words, if we would sum all the lines below the 14.4 million, they would perfectly add up to that same number. Now, the insurance reimbursement for loss, in this year's appropriated budget, the city originally anticipated $4.5 million in insurance proceeds from the carrier. So this request is adding an additional $1.287 million to that, taking it up. And you can see what the available amount is over on column I. But that is the anticipation for an acceleration of cost, which the city's in the process right now of forwarding to the insurance carrier for reimbursement. It's not the full amount of the proceeds, but it's an increase to that line from 4.5 million. The next line down is the CDBG funds managed by the Building and Housing Department. There's been a commitment of $1 million. And there's actually, the reason for the possible confusion about what the questioner said about a negative, the city has already started to transfer money from the CDBG fund over to the general fund. If you look at column F, that's the actual, like what has actually occurred thus far this year through the end of August. 418,000 means we've already transferred from the CDBG fund into the general fund. So, but that line, you'll note in column E, there's no currently adopted budget. So it wasn't anticipated at the beginning of the year. So it's being requested now. We've already transferred 418,000. The currently maximum amount available for the commitment is $1 million. So when you compare the two, the 1 million gets the budget in the system. It gets it there. And then the remaining amount in column I, it just reflects that. You know, already actual was 418. the budget will appear at $1 million, so there'll be another $581,000 to go before the end of the year. And that line is based on what the city's been paying to the architect.
Thank you. The next question is, for each transfer in line, where is the transfer out in the originating fund? And has it already been authorized by council or another governing body?
The council has not yet authorized what has been in the proposed column, in column H for the transfers. Let me start with the Capital Projects Fund, which is $825,000. And again, this was not in the city's original budget for 2025. Jared, if you scroll down a little bit, right there, okay, you can see the third line down is Capital Projects, Public Works. That's the transfer out. Now, that's only $375,000. But the difference of, it would be $450,000. There's two components to this. One is the city's hotel tax revenue that comes in, and also the street cut revenue that is realized. Both of those revenue items are recorded and deposited to the Capital Projects Fund. But the street cut money is of a public works function, and actually the city's appropriation for this year includes the public works function side. The hotel tax money, consistent with the past, is not an appropriation because it simply comes into the Capital Projects Fund and then we transfer it to the general fund, which is an appropriated revenue line item. So making this a shorter story, we're increasing the draw on hotel tax by $450,000, which is, again, it's that particular expenditure out of the Capital Projects Fund is not included in the original budget ordinance, consistent with the past. But the $375,000 is street cut money, and again, that's in addition to what we would normally utilize. That is part of the public works function, which is included in this fund and is also included in the original budget ordinance this year. So the 375 and the 450 make up the 8.25 coming from the Capital Projects Fund. The next line down, if I may, the Blight Remediation Fund. Original appropriation this year was $100,000. That is in the budget ordinance, and that was meant to be a transfer to both neighborhood services and the general fund at $50,000. I'm sorry, one was at $75,000, the other one was at $25K. So we're adding $100,000 specifically for the Broad Street Market project. And you can see that in the Blight Fund, down below under other funds, there's two budget units to accommodate that, the salvage budget unit and the permit penalty. So again, you can see the split there. The original appropriation for this year is meant for something else, for neighborhood services and general fund, but now we're adding $100,000, $50,000 each for those particular expense lines in the Blight Fund. So that's how, and the transfers have yet to happen on what was originally appropriated this year for general fund and neighborhood services. So doing the math with the $50,000 increases on each line, you can see what ends up being available, $125 and $75 respectively for salvage and penalty. But focusing back on Broad Street, the transfer out below, the 250s, 50K, equate to the $100,000 coming in to the general fund from the Blight Remediation Fund. So that gets us through that row of the $100,000 coming from the Blight Fund. Okay, the next line down is the State Grants Fund, and a large part of this pertains to interest income that's been generating not direct well, not directly from the American Rescue Plan Act funds. As you recall, that was received into the federal grants fund because it is a federal sourced grant in nature resource. There were payments out of that fund directly made, and then the $40+ million was transferred to the general fund as revenue replacement, which is in compliance with the federal Treasury government or the Treasury portal when it comes to handling, managing, and classifying that activity. Then council came back, the mayor and council came back with the various economic activities, programs, initiatives that were funded in pieces, but then they were funded by way of transferring the money out of the general fund over to the grants fund, the state grants fund. My point on this is that money has been transferred, but a large piece of it has been sitting for an extended period as these projects unwind and generate resulting activity. Along the way, a significant amount of interest income has been generated in the grants fund. And unlike typically when it comes to interest income on federal money, you sometimes, more than you don't, have to return that money to the federal government. The city does not. That can be, that money is good for the city to keep, and there's also there's no restriction on how it gets used. So that 1.663 million, approximately 1.3 million of it represents what we estimate the available accumulated interest income to be that would be available to accommodate and help the Broad Street Market project. There are other state grant funding sources that represent amounts that have previously been due to the general fund. In other words, there's been outlays made by the general fund where there's a grant involved, but it's a reimbursement grant. So the city had to fund up front and then submit to the grantor to be reimbursed, which has occurred. And then that money comes back to the grants fund, waiting to be transferred to the general fund, which there are a few programs that just has not happened yet. But we can do that and also call that a new revenue resource for current year because it's not in the original appropriation this year. That's the state grants fund. The next line is the identical explanation. It's the federal grants fund, much lower. There are similar grant related funds that are due to the general fund, again, from previous outlays made by the general fund. And the general fund needs to be and should be reimbursed. One of these, for the federal grants fund, I'd say about 75% of that 412,000 is comprised of a COVID-19 grant of about $161,000 that occurred. It was a match portion that came in relative to what the city had spent for the HVAC project for the public safety building. And there's another piece that involves police, which is a federal program, alcohol, tobacco, and fire, which relates to police overtime hours, that when they submit periodically, the city can be reimbursed for such activity. So again, there's been a buildup of such amounts that have happened within the federal grants fund that are due back to the general fund. So when you add all those up, the 14.4 million less what I just went through, we're still coming up with a gap of 9.128 million. And this relates back to the city has to not reevaluate, but evaluate its cash position to see what the potential is, what the effect or impact would be. And President Hill, you mentioned about the current cash balance of the city. Through today, we don't have revenue posted through today, but I can estimate that right now we're somewhere around between 19 million and 19.5 million. That's as of the end of September. in cash fund balance for the general fund.
Okay, a few more questions. Are you okay? I think you just mentioned this, but I just want to clarify. What explains the sudden $9.1 million increase in estimated cash carryover? Was there an audited surplus, a reclassification, or some other adjustment?
This is the result of not being able to produce another viable revenue source. So those lines below the 14 million all represent just that, trying to develop or manage what is available, what can be utilized to help fund the budget increase. So again, that's where we were as far as brainstorming, if you will, what the potential funding sources, which include, as I mentioned, a big chunk of this is CDBG, insurance earnings, interest earnings, and then the potential insurance reimbursement. But again, it comes down to after you've exhausted yourself on what are some solutions revenue-wise, then this is what we get to as far as a bottom line gap.
Thank you. Has the additional $1.28 million in insurance reimbursement been formally awarded, or is it an estimate pending settlement?
It would be an estimate, and it would be pending, because the way it would work is, and the city's in process right now of doing, submitting information. We have already submitted information to the insurance carrier, and I believe they reviewed a significant amount of payments already made, and now they're asking for proof of payment, canceled check images, if you will. The total estimate of insurance that we have, which kind of dovetails with the total estimate of the overall project cost of over 23 million, is 11.7 million in total. And again, that's an estimate. And then you can take $1 million right off the top of that, because that $1 million is specifically meant for costs related to what the city has done to accommodate the temporary site. So it has to be looked upon or classified in that way. So that brings us down to, say, 10.7 million that would be available in insurance proceeds. And it's also good to know or bear in mind that the city has received insurance proceeds previously, which happened in 2023. Not quite $5 million has already been received. So if you think about, actually, I'm glad that came to mind, because that is already, if you can look at it this way, you can characterize it as already sitting in the city's cash fund balance. So that increase of 9.1 million would in effect include what has already been received. You can view it that way.
Okay.
All right. So Council President, I will note that at least the questions as framed are using different terms than are used in the city's budget and bookkeeping process. So, for example, that's not a settlement that was just referred to in that question. I know you're reading
just
them.
reading
I'm
it.
just saying, but the language of the finance office, the language of the business office, the language of the law bureau will be different, and this is to make apples equal apples. You have to sort of get to the same vocabulary.
Okay. Well, I just have a few more questions. Are the state and federal grant transfers fully awarded and under contract now, or are they projections? Is that a clear question?
They are not awards. They are fund balance numbers. They're different funds in the city, right? So that's where funds went into. That's the name of the city funds. I think one of the things that gets lost in translation is that when the city, for example, presents a budget every November, and you see, let's pick any line item. This is the revenue number for the next year. This is the projected expenditures. That is not all the money in that fund. That fund is a balance that is not being proposed to be spent above the number. I mean, so that's where, so it's not the same thing as the audit of all the books. It's a budget, and that's why they're two different things. So these are funds, and if you remember, the budget has a series of funds, just like the general fund, the host fund, the transfer fund, the state grant fund. They have numbers in them of an outstanding balance that is there, which when they're accumulated, a significant portion of them go to what is called the fund balance, and Mr. McCutcheon can speak to that. So what's really happening is you are transferring money that was not encumbered in 2025 that's in the fund balance, regardless of which category it's in, and being asked to add that to expenditures in 2025 that were not budgeted at the time the budget was adopted. It's not the money wasn't there, it's the money was not budgeted. And so these aren't where people are making assumptions of what the categories are. These aren't, we're waiting for this federal grant, we're waiting for a state grant. These are balances we retain in those fund names that have been designated for the city. So I'm just for clarity of what they are. I mean, and I think it is hard to understand, but sometimes a label is not what it sounds like.
Okay. Well, I'll just read the rest of these questions since there's different vocabulary for everyone. What is the timeline for actually receiving these funds relative to contractor bidding and construction? And what is the backup plan if some of them are delayed or denied? Why does the CDBG transfer line show a negative year-to-date revenue of negative $418,077? Is that a posting error, a reversal, or something else? Will council or staff provide subtotals showing total inflows and outflows for this amendment so the public can see that it balances? Can each line be accompanied by a brief note or supporting document, grant award letters, insurance payout confirmations, interfund transfer authorizations, council resolutions, so citizens can verify that the revenue is real? If any of the listed sources are contingent or speculative, which ones are guaranteed and which ones are not? Finally, what oversight mechanisms will ensure that once these funds are transferred, they are spent solely on the Broad Street Market restoration as described? These questions all stem directly from the figures in the spreadsheet, which you all can see. I'm not opposing the restoration project. I want it to succeed, but I believe transparency on the funding sources will build public trust and help council make the most responsible decision. Thank you for helping to provide clarity on this important budget matter. I don't have any other questions for Mr. McCutcheon.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rawls, any questions?
Good evening. No, I don't have any questions. Mine were all the same as President Hill's questions were. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez, any questions for Mr. McCutcheon?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for joining us, Director Baker, Mr. McCutcheon. Mr. Bryan, you had said the $500,000 initially, that appropriation. Where did that come from again?
That would be Councilman Rodriguez. I think you're referring to what's already been appropriated out of the host municipalities fee fund.
And then the 375, that came from street cut money, correct?
Yes, 375 would be additional street cuts funds, and then the other piece to that out of the capital projects fund is the hotel tax additional draw, which would be $450,000 additional hotel tax money to draw from that fund.
Okay, all right. I definitely may have further questions. I'm just trying to kind of puzzle some things together. But that's all for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Jones?
Thank you, Vice President Green, and thank you guys for showing up tonight. I really don't have any questions. I just want to, put my stance on record. When we first did this and we looked at this, I had a lot of questions about the money, the transfer ins, the transfer outs, how everything's equaled up. And Mr. McCutcheon, you did a wonderful job of explaining to me what those things look like. But though for the public's clarification, even as we heard public comment from Mr. Weber tonight, my concerns are the same. And I'm very concerned about this project. This is a lot of money that's being moved with such a large gap and without any concrete way that we're going to see this money come back into the city. And again, we're using cash. Once this money's gone, it's gone. I'm just a little concerned. I will be voting in favor for this, but I just want to put on record what my stance is on it. I am very worried about seeing how, and I know a lot of things were mentioned tonight. At the end of the day, this is a lot of money going out of the city, and that's just my concern. So that's all I have, no question. But if you have something to give back, that's fine.
Okay. Oh, yeah, and now this may help. This might help. Let's just say, as an example, that the project would get completed by the end of this year. We know that's not going to happen. Project would be completed. No pressure, Dave. All the invoices would come in. They would all be paid. Cash out the door. Okay. All the transfers would happen to come into play. What would be the end result? The city would pay $9.128 million from its cash fund balance. Also assuming that the insurance money would materialize. The only line on this schedule really that's of a, I guess more of an outlying estimate would be the insurance funds, because that's based on timing, and the city would be at the will of the insurance carrier providing the proceeds. But again, the project costs, the heavy construction costs that are already out being vetted right now are estimates, and they're estimated on the somewhat high end because they do include contingencies, which is always a reasonable thing to think about when you're planning cost expenditure on a project. So is that a huge hit? Obviously it is to the city's cash fund balance. It's not the norm. But one thing that we've mentioned, and maybe I need to repeat it again, this is to, and Dave I know can comment more intelligently on this. This is roughly an 18-month project. You have the last quarter of this year, you have all of next year, and the early part of 2027. So if you think about that, our payments aren't going to be all bunched up happening at the end of this year. It's going to be over that same time frame. And we've tried to gauge that percentage-wise, and that's another estimate, figuring maybe save 40% this year to handle upfront heavier cost, 45% next year, and then maybe 15% in 2027. But that all reflects the cash flow. It's not all going to happen in 2025. And I think what this means then, and this comes back to budgeting for next year's budget, it's important, more important than ever now, to really to focus on what the city's normal recurring revenue is. When you think about all the regular stuff, so to speak, and you back out all the extraordinary items, whether it's interest income that's so significant from the grants fund, insurance money, and anything that's not the norm, and you use that as a guide or a base to build your budget. Well, now our budget has to be built upon what is going to be anticipated next year for this particular project. It's not an add-on. It becomes a heart piece of the city's proposed budget for next year. So I think those are guide rails to manage our way through this in dealing with our revenues. The timeline of this project, which again is 18 months roughly, and then also to build a budget that reflects what this extraordinary event represents. And I'll stop right there if Dave wants to comment.
Just again, I understand all of that. It's not just a bulk of money going out the window in one swoop. I get that. It's just the concern of it when it's coming back. My question to Mr. Grover would be, there was a time where the insurance lapsed at the Broad Street Market.
Not the city's insurance, the association's insurance was lapsed at the time of the fire.
Okay,
So
now how
our
does that?
insurance was always there.
How would that affect the insurance revenue? I mean, money coming back.
There is no revenue anticipated from the policy that lapsed. There is no insurance from that policy that the association had. It's all the cities. The city has a bundled at the time building insurance, which is, if you hear like a fleet policy for vehicles, we had that for buildings.
Right.
So they took the valuation of every structure we had, came to a number way back when, and said that is your coverage. Now you still have to qualify, but there's plenty of coverage, right? Plenty of coverage. It's got to qualify as bringing the building back to its condition at the time of the fire.
Yeah.
So
before you go far on, because I don't want you to get away from what I'm asking.
I got you. No, I'm just.
So even though that's being said, we don't know what we're going to receive back.
So a good faith estimate of what the additional monies will get back, and again, this is. I would suggest this is in favor of the insurance company as the city, is $6.5 to $7 million. The business side is that we think a whole lot more of this work qualifies under the terms of that policy. So, and that's where the argument's going to be. After you get to about $6.5 million, the rest of the coverage we get back is going to be, and that's why we had brought in people at the beginning to go through this with us to show that it qualifies under the subparts of the policy. So that we anticipate, I think at a minimum 6.5 coming back. We're pushing for a whole lot more coming back, but there's no guarantee.
And that's where right. I'm uncomfortable because we don't know where that's if that's going to happen. Being that even when some of these no longer American Rescue Plan funds are spent, the budget's going to drop. Our budget's going to drop down from where it's at right now, and what monies do we have coming in that can help fill some of these things? Again, I just want to, I don't want to.
May I just put the context to that? I think the questions then become, what historically for the last, say, 5 years is our average fund balance after the budget? After the budget is there, when we project revenues, what's left? How much of that is being taken here? And then what is the projection for the fund balance at the end of 2025, the end of 2026, the end of 2027, because that's really what's going to tell you. Nothing's going to take away the budget. What it's going to take away is the security blanket or part of it, right? That is the number. But I think finance can answer what their estimate is. How much is that hit? And that's the question, right? And it doesn't mean
my concern.
It doesn't mean you're not pursuing other revenue sources during that period. But I mean, that is the context I think you see it in. How much is the fund balance going from where it is projected historically to where will it be 3 years from now based on this expenditure? And I can't answer that question. I think that's a business office, a finance office question, a budget question.
And again, I'm just stating where I am with this, and I don't want anyone to take this the wrong way, but this is just where I am. I'm really concerned about this amount of money being moved around. But the reason why I'm going to vote yes, because we can no longer delay this because these costs keep rising. I see we already jumped from 14, 20 to 23. And then the longer we wait, but I just wanted to have that on record from my stance. And again, thank you guys for what you do. But that's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. I don't have any further questions. I will say that I think this can't be the end of a conversation, right? As we're planning our budget for 2026 and 2027, as we're looking at end of the year expenses, these are all conversations that we need to have and look at our funds and make for sure that as we're looking at positions being filled, and as we're looking at projects to come into the next couple of years, I know we had a capital project and a planning process through the finance office. Those are all things that we need to look at so that we can properly and efficiently plan for the city's needs in the future, and how this Broad Street Market project affects it and impacts it. So I don't think this can be the end of a conversation if it would pass tonight, obviously. It's something that we have to continue to talk about and continue to plan for. I think it's a reason why we need to have someone on the Hill advocating for the city and trying to bring more funds in. We can't forget about that conversation. We can't forget about the support that was pledged by everyone when the fire happened. Everybody had a press conference in front of the building. And so maybe it's time to start putting that pressure on and say, okay, well, the bill's due. Who's going to step up and actually cut the check? It's also reaching out to the different resources that we have, the different grant opportunities, just every aspect that we can. Although we might have the money, quote unquote, in the bank to cover it, we can't just rely on that either. We can't just say, okay, well, the check's been cut, we have enough to cover it. It's easier for us to do that than to look for other revenue sources. So we have to keep having this conversation and keep moving forward. So that's just my opinion on the finance side. I know we'll be continuing the conversation around this time every year. We kind of start looking at how much have we underspent our budget, and what can we do with those extra funds. We paid off the debt in the past years. We were able to put a large sum on that so that we didn't carry that into another calendar year. So as we're coming to the end of the year, I think that's what Solicitor Grover was kind of getting to. As we're coming to that point, we have to look at how much we have underspent our budget this year so that we'll be able to kind of put that on this as well and balance that out so that it's not just such a negative hit to the $19 million that we have right now in our fund balance. So I think those are all things that we have to think about as we're at that point. So.
Right. Can I comment, or do you want Councilwoman Davis, do you want to go with your questions? Oh, okay. Just a couple of things. And I'm not the budget manager. All right. Okay. But we're talking about revenue potential and revenue sources. And when you look at our actual activity thus far this year, there are some lines that are doing very well compared to budget. When you think about the EIT revenue, our transfer tax revenue, it is outperforming. So in some respects, somebody might say, well, why don't you're doing so much better in those revenue lines, why not increase the budget in those lines to
Excuse
help?
me,
And
Mr. You said the EIT, are you talking about that along with the LST and 47? That we're using in Act 47. Those are double numbers. I'm just asking for that EIT number.
Yeah. I can't give you a number, but I'm talking. Yeah, EIT, our tax
Earned income
revenue,
tax, yes.
transfer tax revenue, which is real estate related. I'm just looking at like budget to actual on some of our revenue lines. So the temptation might be, well, let's increase those lines to match what the actuals are, and then you can use that increase to go up on the board here to help fund Broad Street Market. And to me, I would hesitate to go there because there are other revenue lines in the general fund which are not as strong. So it's one of those things where you do have the revenue. It's a mixture. You have some lines that are doing quite well, some others that are not doing as well. So that's why I would hesitate to focus on any 2 or 3 or 4 lines to help solve this as far as coming up with other revenue sources. That's, we were looking at that, but we did not want to go there.
And when I meant other revenue sources, I meant outside revenue sources.
Right. You're sure.
Not our money.
Right. And then the last thing I want to mention too, and it comes back to timing again, and not having to realize this full outlay of cash by the end of the year, which will not happen. But what's really happening here with the heavier construction cost having to materialize with the contractors, the contracts have to be solidified and approved. And to do that, to go through the purchasing system and have full approval by everyone, namely the mayor, legal, and the controller, there needs to be budget in the system on the books. So when the encumbrances go, when the commitments go out to the books looking for budget, there's going to be budget available. Even though it's not a spend, if for example, if you have $1 million project and come the end of the year you've spent $400,000 in cash, you still had to budget $1 million to get it on the books, and then the $600,000 then becomes an item for next year's budget because it's going to roll forward into the following year. Just to explain that. But those are the only two additional items I wanted to comment on.
Councilwoman Davis, any questions?
Thank you, Vice President Green. I don't have any questions, but I want to agree with you, Mr. McCutcheon, and also Solicitor Grover, that everybody's speaking a different language. And it would be nice if we could see that language, with you have an accountant's mind, you know exactly what's going on, where money went, where it came from. You can see that, Mr. McCutcheon, in your brain, but we can't see that. I can't see that. The public can't see that, and it's very hard to follow. No, I have confidence in you that it's real, but it would make it easier if we could actually see all the details that you just went through. If we could see it, it would make it easier to understand. And I just don't understand why we can't have something that we could see and understand, if that makes sense. It's getting late. But thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Baker. If you would have anything you'd like to add, especially as far as the timeline and the schedule that you sent us.
Good evening, Council. Really, the only thing that I have to add is, what we've kind of touched base on previously. As was stated earlier, this timeline is aggressive. It is achievable, but it is dependent on funding. As Brian explained, if we don't have the funds in the coffers, we do not have the ability to sign the contracts to move forward. Unfortunately, these contracts are kind of tied to each other. We did separate into 11 different packages, trying to give opportunity to as many businesses as possible. But since we did that, there are 11 different entities that have to work together to achieve the same goal. So that being said, it's kind of crucial if we're going to meet this timeline that we do move forward in an expedited manner. If we can't move forward with our site contractor, our main contractor, our masonry contractor, you name it, we're not going to be able to kind of get past a certain point, and it's a pretty early stage. So that's kind of the crucial part on my side for council to know and understand that a fully funded project is important for us to stay anywhere close to staying on the schedule. And weather does play a factor in our construction as well, since we do have a building without an envelope sealed, without a roof in certain areas. We have started demolition work. There's been a lot of positive input from everyone that we've seen around the area, but it's important that we keep that going if possible. So that's about all I have to say as far as comments go, unless you have any additional questions for me.
All right, thank you. I don't have any questions at the moment. Councilwoman Davis, any questions for Mr. Baker?
No questions.
President Hill?
Yes, I have a few questions. First, I want to make sure that this is the updated schedule, because we were sent one at 12:44 p.m. today, and then we received one at 3:28 p.m. So I just wanted to make sure that this was the updated schedule. The consultant made a minor error on the first one that was sent.
Yeah, so this should be the most up-to-date schedule. I do believe that they had to, this is a moving target, so they are updating the schedule sometimes weekly just to keep it accurate.
Okay. Now you mentioned you have to sign contracts or you have to have the money in the coffers, but you've already started signing contracts. Is that correct?
We do have some of the minor contracts that we have the existing funds for signed, and they are started. But that being said, we have the demo contract signed, so we have a demolition contractor out there. But the like the site contractor, they have the wall shoring in their package. So the demolition contractor can only go so far before the walls become unstable and they need to be shored up by the site contractor. So again, that's just one of many, many different kind of examples on how these individual packages are all working in tandem with each other to keep the project moving forward.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then I have one other question. I'm not sure if you can answer it or somebody else can. This was a text message that I received from a resident on Friday at 6:12 p.m. Just saw on the news, 14.4 million plus, then 19 million is in parentheses for the Broad Street market. The disparity study hasn't been ratified, and there is no percentage in the RFPs for diverse businesses. This may never come again. I asked about the percentage at the pre-bid, and they said there is none. So I just wanted to clarify, is that accurate? That there's no percentage in the RFPs for diverse businesses?
There is not allowed to be a legally mandated one. Frankly, I went to one of the meetings at the request of the mayor to emphasize the need for having both minority participation and local workers pretty vigorously, that's an issue for the council and the mayor, and we understand that completely from the entities that we were talking to at the time. But no, we can't mandate it, and we can't mandate it without an approved ordinance that does it, because the last ordinance plainly fell apart under the court rulings that existed regarding the language that we had. It wasn't our case, but it was our language. We had obviously borrowed it from someone else, and a court threw it all out. Frankly, in the atmosphere we're in right now nationally, it's getting harder and harder to adopt. I mean, that is the simple reality. And Harrisburg does it, they're going to be ahead of it and in the fight. So, but mandating it, incredibly difficult as a legal matter.
Well, I'd rather be ahead of it and in a fight than just businesses missing out on this once in a lifetime opportunity. I think that it's unfortunate because it's something that this council, as you noted, we were blamed for holding everything up because of it. But I think that it's unfortunate that our Harrisburg-based minority and women-owned businesses won't have a seat at this table, and I think it's just unfortunate. So thank you for your response to the constituent. They were supposed to come. I hope that they're listening so they could hear you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ross. Councilwoman Rawls, any questions or comments? We'll move on to Councilman Rodriguez. Any questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. My question was answered in a somewhat format. I just wanted to know how the appropriations went for the people that are actually on the job now. I saw reports that work has already begun, but Director Baker just alluded to that. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Jones.
No questions.
Thank you. And once again, Councilwoman Rawls. Seeing none, are there any other questions? All right. I don't have any questions at the moment. Thank you very much, Mr. Baker and Mr. McCutcheon, for being here tonight. Thank you for hanging in there with us. It's getting later, but this was an important discussion for us to have.
I have one more question.
Yes.
Mr. Truesdale, are you able to pull up the renderings that were shared? Okay. Is he allowed to share them? Yeah. Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. if he's able to. I don't know.
They look a lot like the existing building, so they don't come up.
They do. There we go. Would anybody like to walk through, or we're just going to share each slide? Any discussion or commentary? Okay, well, Central Plaza renderings. This is what
And so with the Central Plaza, you can note that it looks similar to how it does now, but that entire area will have to be, I'd say, tactfully worked on underneath, because there will be infrastructure that's going to be run, new gas lines, new electric lines, higher voltages, new sewer lines, centralized grease trap. This would be the East End Plaza area. This we'd propose to have somewhat of a rain garden, raised area there, with maybe like a small amphitheater type seating area back there, and an eating area. We did pay a lot of attention to the needs and the fact that there's a school right next to that area, so we didn't want to put the seating too close to the roads. We wanted to keep line of sight up. We wanted to also give people, the ability to use that for multi-use, whether it be for events or, evening movies, you name it. We're going to keep all the clear story windows. Everything you see from the outside now will be very similar, if not exactly the same, but it will be up to date to more modern standards with much more rigidity and strength throughout the structure itself.
And for the seating options on slide 10, the last slide, there's option A with a monolithic stone seating, or option B, a metal bench seating. How will that be determined?
I do believe that the mayor has determined the bench seating. We also had some different architects that weighed in on that, on the benefits of the bench compared to the monolithic stone, just as far as cleanliness, upkeep, and the comfort. Those stones are also kind of like a placeholder for an option 4 seating. They weren't a specific, this is exactly what we're going to put here. It's more of they were showing an option of a possibility.
Okay. I like the bench, but thanks. Thank you, Mr. Truesdale.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments for the administration? Seeing none.
I'm sorry. I don't know if you all can hear me.
We can hear you now, yes.
Okay, I do apologize. After all these years, Zoom is just not what it needs to be. But I just wanted to make a comment. I was able to hear everything that was being said. I think my biggest concern, the market is very important to us, to our community, and I know how important it is for us to rebuild it. And it's a staple. I want it done right, and I think we all do. I think my biggest concern is the part of taking the $412,000 out of the federal fund, and correct me if I'm wrong in any of this, which was placed in there because we didn't use all of the ARPA funds, but the ARPA funds came into play from COVID, which was to help rebuild communities. Yes, I do understand that we're trying to rebuild the market, but I feel like that money was essential to just doing things in the community that we weren't able to do. Maybe it was better lighting, maybe it was creating even more housing for market value housing as well, and bringing back a baseball league to the city, just things that were vital that we probably couldn't do. And I'm afraid of my biggest concern is taking that money out. Yes, we can say this is the only time, but will it really be to the point where there's nothing left to actually do what it was meant to do? And that is my biggest concern. It's very hard to vote on this tonight, even with all the information that's being given, because of that just nervousness for me, for the residents. That's their biggest concern. That's a lot of things I heard from residents. So I just wanted to say that. I wanted to voice that concern. I wanted to say it's very hard to vote on this tonight. I'm worried, but I just I don't know. That's my biggest concern with the money coming out of that fund, knowing what that money was essentially supposed to be used for.
May I, Madam President?
Sure.
So that money was not ARPA money, that is CDBG programming money. As you know, sometimes it takes 5 to 6 years that we have open programming money from CDBG block grants. So that was $1 million that was still there in programming money that was made available for this, where we have deadlines and sometimes it's 3 years, sometimes it's 5 years to get it spent. So that is the pot that is attributable to. It's not the ARPA funds. It's where we're allowed to spend it out of infrastructure.
I mean, and maybe it was said today and I didn't hear it, but last week, that's what I'm almost certain was mentioned. So I'm confused on when it changed. If I missed a conversation, I felt like I heard everything tonight, but I'm almost certain that was what was said last week.
And it's directly referenced as CDBG funds in the actual reallocation schedule.
I think Councilwoman Rawls is talking about the federal grants fund that was the interest that we have materialized from the
Gotcha.
So it's not actual money that was allocated for programming in the ARPA, not ARPA funds. It is interest that has accrued over time from the funds sitting unused in our bank accounts.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, do I make the motion or you make the motion? To go back into session. I make a motion to go back into session.
So move.
Thank you. We will now resume our special legislative session. We have before us Resolution 63 of 2025. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record one last time?
Resolution 63, 2025, a resolution approving the 6th proposed 2025 budget reallocation related to the rebuild of the Broad Street Market brick building.
Thank you. Council members, are there any final questions, comments, or concerns related to Resolution 65 of 2025?
I will just make the comment of, this has been a long process. It's been a couple of years since the fire at the Broad Street Market. It seems like it's been several conversations. I will say I don't like the fact that every time it comes down, it's rushed. You know, it's kind of like, we need the money now, or everything's gonna stop. And if city council doesn't pass it today, the work doesn't get done tomorrow. And then the conversation always comes back from the residents or to the residents, being told that, well, the market would have been done if city council had voted on it sooner. If the information had been gotten to us sooner, then we could have voted on it sooner, or we could have had more information. The fact that there are 6 people here from the public, I'm not including the media, 6 people here or so from the public, as much outcry as we've seen regarding the Broad Street Market at the different meetings, at the different conversations we've had, I think that alone shows how rushed this feels, and how discouraged a lot of residents are feeling about the Broad Street Market project to begin with. It was all over the news a lot today. I've got lots of calls and texts saying what's going on with the Broad Street Market. I was out with my nephew this weekend, and someone came and said, I heard you guys aren't even building the Broad Street Market. Because it's just been so much delay in what's going on. Obviously, I had the conversation and corrected them on that, but I think it just kind of goes to see how the residents are starting to feel discouraged in this project itself. I think lack of clear communication plays a role in it as well. I think there should be more public update meetings, just saying this is what's going on, this is the timeline we're looking at. It doesn't have to be that everything's perfect, but it kind of seems like it's hidden. And then people start questioning, well, then where's the money going? Why is it all of a sudden are we looking at $19 million when I've heard nothing for the past 6 months, and now it's like we need all this money? And I will say that council kind of feels, I won't say council, I'll say I feel that way as well, that, you know, we shouldn't have to keep constantly coming back saying, can we get an update? Can we get information? Can we get a presentation? You're asking for the money. Can you give us more of a breakdown of what the money is going to be used for? I kind of felt like last week I shouldn't have had to ask, can we get more of a breakdown? Can we get some images? Can we get a presentation? Felt like that should have just automatically come, because if you thought we were just going to rubber stamp $19 million, you've got the wrong council. So I would like to say, just as this process moves forward one way or the other, we need more communication with council and with the public on what's going on in every aspect of the city, especially this Broad Street Market project, because there's always lots of conversation when it's time for the money to come forth, but then after the budget's passed, everyone gets quiet, and it's kind of like, it's the administration's decision, and we don't have to talk to you about it. But when it's time for the money, it's like, okay, well, this is up to council, and if you don't pass it, then it all fails, and it's all your fault, and the residents can blame you. And that just doesn't feel fair, and it doesn't seem genuine when it comes down that way. Understand that there are lots of moving parts, but also understand that we're paying a hefty price to a construction manager. They have time to show up and give us a presentation just the same. And so you might have other things going on. Understand, Director Baker, you have other parts of your job, but we hired a construction manager because we knew you wouldn't have the time, along with everything else on your plate, to handle this project alone. It's a huge lift, and it's the reason why we thought we got all the resources we needed to make the decisions we needed, but yet and still, it comes down to the day before a special legislative session. If you don't pass this, the bills don't get paid, and it makes me want to vote against it because it feels rushed. But I wouldn't punish the residents of Harrisburg for the lack of transparency and conversation from the administration side as far as this project. So I will be voting in support of it because it's what needs to be done, but I don't feel happy about it in the process of how it's been done. So that's my long-winded comment.
No, that's fine. Are there any additional comments? I have one. As usual with this administration, we continue to receive information at the 24th hour, forcing City Council to vote immediately on a resolution. Just today, Tuesday, September 30th, 2025, council members received 4 emails regarding the Broad Street Market. The first, at 11:08 a.m., it was a summary of the project costs, including upcoming estimated construction. The second, 12:44 p.m., Broad Street Market brick building restoration schedule. 3:28 p.m., updated Broad Street Market brick building restoration schedule. That's the one where the consultant made a minor error to the schedule. And then one at 5 o'clock, from Mr. Truesdale, which included, again, the restoration schedule, which I'm not sure if it was the first one or the second one, and then the renderings that you just saw that were dated July 7th of 2025. It's not fair to us to constantly receive everything at the last minute. We have full-time jobs and other responsibilities. I can't even check my email on my phone if I wanted to. I have to physically be seated in front of this computer to check the email. So do you know when I saw them, I was having difficulty getting on the internet here, and I couldn't open it until 5:38 p.m. So it's just a lot of information to digest at the last minute, and it seems to be a recurring theme with this administration, and it's not fair to us. It's not fair to us to really be forced to make a decision. You heard tonight, there's a whole bunch of angst in this room right now amongst council members, and we're the ones that have to vote. We have to support this, because if not, it's gonna cost us more. The residents are gonna be upset. The market will not be restored to its full glory, and it's just not fair. If I'm being completely honest, I really wanted to delay this vote a whole nother week to ensure that we had enough time to go through all of this. Do you see this? It looks like a maze. Highlights in blue, then there's dots and dates. This is a lot to just receive right now, and you have to vote yes. It's not fair, and it's consistently a problem. The other issue that I wanted to address was the not ARPA money. that transformed into general fund money. But do you know what else that money was intended to be used for? Workforce development programs, internship programs, so that we can generate our own internal workforce of city residents. It's a cycle, right? There were other things that money was intended to be used for. Instead, it's all basically now being utilized for the Broad Street Market. And we have to say yes. Community Matters grant program. That was the grant program for community, minority-owned, and women-owned businesses. A one-time grant program. Community connection hubs to assist, again, with workforce development, job training, skills building. So it's unfortunate. I mentioned at the beginning of this special legislative session that I was reluctantly starting this meeting. And I'm very much reluctantly voting yes because I have to, because contracts have already begun to be signed. I feel like that's a little premature, but it's business as usual because things have to keep moving. And I do not want Harrisburg City Council to be regarded as the stop sign for any movement with Broad Street Market. So I will be voting yes. Again, it's extremely reluctantly. And I just don't think that it's fair that this administration continues to force City Council's hand. Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yay.
Ms. Rawls,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
Resolution 63, 2025 passes by a vote of 6-0.
Thank you. The time is 9:40 p.m. We do not have any old business. We do not have any new business. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So
Motion.
moved.
Second.
Thank you. We stand adjourned.